Alrighty, it is 6:12 p.m. and we are here on our budget workshop. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. If everyone could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Sanchez. Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. And now, if you can remain standing for an invocation by Councilmember Ray Garcia.
Dear Lord, we pray today for the senseless deaths of innocent children and families in Minneapolis. We pray that you comfort their families and comfort them in heaven. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Alrighty, you may be seated. Correct. Mr. Deputy Clerk, if you may call the roll.
Yes. Councilmember Herzberg.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
And Vice Mayor Morera.
Present.
Vice Mayor, you have a quorum and the mayor's running a little bit late.
Thank you. And yes, Mayor Dieguez is on his way. I was just on the phone with him. And I will say, yes, although we have a quorum, let's keep in mind this is only a workshop. We're here to discuss the budget. We're here to listen to our residents. And we're here to have a good spirited discussion amongst ourselves as well as members of our staff to do the work necessary to act in the best interest of our residents. With that said, I am going to open up the floor to public comments, starting with those present with us here in the chamber, and then after that, we'll see if there's anyone online. For public comments, because this is a little bit more of an informal meeting, what I'd like to do is, Deputy Clerk, are you able to adjust the timer?
Yes.
Can you actually just raise it up from now to 4 minutes? Just because this is a pretty complex subject that might require a little bit more time. And then I'll also just keep in reserve, if someone's finishing up a point, we'll extend it further as necessary. We're trying to keep this informal. We can. For now, let's just have your public comments, and if the temperature in the room necessitates a question and answer, we'll get there. So that being said, the floor is yours. And do still state your name and address for the record if you can.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Memphis Terrace, Miami Lakes, Florida. Budget season seems to triple the town clerk's public records request. So we have a suggestion. Link on the clerk's webpage called Budget Season Frequently Asked Questions to house every document ever requested. And if this is updated every budget cycle in alpha order, each year budget, finance, and accounting prepare the town's audit, will then prepare the citizens' audit budget cycles. As suggested by Councilman Cuadra Garcia, let's focus on our charter's preamble. We, the people of the town of Miami Lakes, in order to secure for ourselves the benefits and responsibilities of home rule, and in order to oversee our employees and elected officials, also known as our municipal government, to hold you accountable to only serve our present and future needs, adopted to incorporate and abide by a charter. Nowhere does the charter call for providing our wants. The charter is written to protect the governed, not the governing. But as with all governments, it migrated to self-protection of the governing. The orderly, efficient, and fair operation of the government requires the intelligent and informed participation of individual citizens. So we need to ask, how can we be intelligent and informed if we do not have access to the same information reviewed by the council? So we formed a bilingual group called Citizens Budget Auditors, or Ciudadanos Auditan el Presupuesto. Accountants guide us through a budget analysis. We gain from experience by having a former elected official. A member has worked for the police, the sheriff's office, commissioners, and others. She has operational and supervisory experience in the areas of accounting, finance, budget, procurement, grants, risk management, human resources, debt management, and administration. We communicate, we're actively engaged. The charter is explicit. Miami Lakers are entitled to receive fair, equitable, and prompt treatment, full and accurate information, and yet we have found some of the information received to be incorrect or missing important information. So tonight, please do what is right. We hope the outcome of your deliberations will yield a rollback rate. Tomorrow, I will be writing the story of what you do tonight. So tonight, you're acting on the pages of tomorrow's history. There is nothing more powerful than a good story. Nothing can stop it. No enemy can defeat it. What story do you want to write on the 25th anniversary of our incorporation? And that comes from the Game of Thrones. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Anyone else? Mr. Ariano.
Alex Ariano, Lakeland, Ellen. Guard Level 2 returned to Level 1. Why was there savings allocated to Loch Lomond? If the county gives us credit of 4% for paying property taxes in November, why is there a reduction of $12,825 or 5% deducted from Section 1? 5% adjustment for discounts and delayed payments. The highest discount offered is 4% for November payments, and not all owners pay in November. Why is the revenue adjustment set at 5%, which exceeds the actual maximum discount, especially when no such discount is provided by the county to owners? Timing of funding and interest. In the year 2023 to 2024, the town collected $8,541 in interest on owners' funds. When are special taxing districts' funds received from the tax collector, and why are these funds not segregated so owners can earn interest to offset costs? Since 2023 to 2024, the owners have received zero interest on their held funds by the town. Minimum of 6 meetings. The budget allocates funds assuming at least 6 meetings. Since special taxing districts are one and done, unless owners petition for changes, it appears unnecessary to budget for reoccurring meetings. For 30 years, we had 0 meetings. These meetings are the source of ideas by 1 or 10 owners that bring illegal expenses to all the owners. A policy should be considered that requires meetings to be scheduled only when there is at least 50% of the owners that sign in favor of the changes to infrastructure or services. The combination of direct and indirect costs to Section 1 is $43,643 or 14%. Why? Loch Lomond is charged 5%. Royal Oaks, Section 1, 8%. Royal Oaks East, 8%. Lake Patricia, 10%. And Lake Hilda, 9%. Why such inconsistencies? Do we track the hours spent on administrative support? And if you do, please provide us with the timesheets and the tracking mechanisms you use. And let us not forget about reimbursement for the LPR cameras.
Bonnie Cintron, 14770 Lewis Road. I do not pretend to understand all the inner workings of your budgeting. I looked and my eyes glazed over trying to understand some of the factors that were listed on your budgeting. All I can say is, I can see that there is a lot of room for cutting. I mean, when I see things like $12,000 car allowance for a single code enforcement person, I know that's ridiculous, in my opinion. And there are many other places, maybe during the question and answer times we can talk about it, but there's so much money budgeted for things that are not necessary. I would like to know about coaches. What are these coaches? I didn't know that the town had to pay for coaches at the parks. I don't understand. Of course, in the old days, I thought the crossing guards, not the policemen, but the crossing civilians I thought they were volunteers. I was shocked to see that they get paid, and their budget has increased to $500 and some from $83. I don't understand these things. So there are plenty of places where you can cut. And cutting here and there, putting it all together, you'll come out with saving us some money. And that franchise fee for FP&L should never have been doubled. That is just ridiculous. And don't take it down 1% and think that's a gift. If you do anything, if you feel that you must raise it, you raise it 1%. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Any other public comments in chambers? Councilwoman Ruano.
Good evening, everyone. Marilyn Ruano, 15515 Northwest 83rd Avenue. I've had the privilege of being able to meet with some of you and discuss some of my concerns regarding this budget. And those that I met with, I promised you that I would do the homework of going back throughout my tenure on this dais and looking at the carry-forward amendments that were approved year after year with the excess money that was generated after the budgets were approved. So I did that, I did my homework, and I'd be happy to share it with you, but I'll read to you some of the things that were approved during those years, millions and millions of dollars that were approved in additional projects. We have the Optimist Club House storage facility that was improved to the tune of $150,000. We had reforestation that we did several phases of. We actually funded the MLOP master plan to design the park that never was. We have increased travel budgets. We have hired lobbyists. We have hired professionals for bond counsel. We have secured this facility, security improvements to this particular facility. We have put together entry features, tree trimming, mulching. We have improved pocket parks. We have improved exercise equipment. We have improved playgrounds. We have installed lighting. We have installed rubber surfacing on playgrounds. We have improved light bollards. We have improved street lights, street signs. We have paid for curbing. We have improved the Canine Cove. We have considered art in public places. We have built pickleball courts. We have resurfaced basketball courts. Obviously, the mayor's not here, but the mayor was with me during most of that journey, as was Councilmember Garcia, which is why he understands that raising the millage is not necessary. For those of you that are new this year, I urge you to do this homework so that you can see that every year, and I actually printed out the one that you were provided this year, that you had a list to choose from to the tune of $1.5 million. So when you are told that you cannot remain flat, millage flat, that is not true. You can do it. We've done it before, and I urge you to continue to do it because that is the service that this community deserves and nothing less. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ruano. Anyone else in chambers? Come on down.
Good evening, everyone. Abel Fernandez, Chapter 119. Let me first start that I'm honored to read here before me someone who's not here, that all of you know very well as the Sage of Miami Lakes. And it says Mirta Mendez Podium in recognition and honor of her commitment and dedication to the town of Miami Lakes and its charter. With that comes a heavy responsibility that she gave for years and years coming in here and speaking to all of you. Thank you for allowing me to follow behind her, but never in the size of footprints that she left. So I'm here today as a concerned resident facing the same financial pressures as my neighbors across Miami Lakes. You're considering a 36% millage increase and doubling our electricity franchise fee from 3 to 6%. These aren't just numbers on paper. They represent real hardship for real families. We're all struggling. Inflation has driven up groceries. Today at Costco, a pound of churrasco was $17.99. So I looked at the ground turkey and see how I can form it on my barbecue to look like churrasco. Gas is up. They keep on taxing more and more gases. Basic necessity, energy costs are up due to global warming, and our air conditioning is running more. Insurance premiums have skyrocketed. Our paychecks aren't keeping pace, yet you're asking us to shoulder even more. I understand the government needs funding. I get it. I'm not asking you to eliminate essential services, but I am asking you to do what every Miami Lakes family does at their kitchen table, scrutinize every expense. Before you vote, please examine each line item in this budget and ask yourselves, is this program truly essential? Does this expenditure serve our residents' most critical needs? Can we accomplish this goal more efficiently? All of our families have made tough choices. We've all cut back, found alternatives, prioritized necessities over wants. We need you to do the same with our tax dollars. Please exhaust all of your time, put together some of the great members that are in this community, such as Albert Aguiar, that are willing to help you. Some of you were elected, some of you ran unopposed, some of you were nominated and accepted the position. And you have a professional manager running the town. I met with him and spoke to him my same concerns. I get it that for many, many years, there was a political gamesmanship happening. I think Hope talked about Game of Thrones, but I can tell you that that's what I saw happening here for 8 years. It was Game of Thrones. And there were different victims, so I'm glad that that is gone. But that doesn't mean that you should have a blank sheet to say, I'm gonna raise you 6% on your franchise fee, or I'm gonna raise your millage. I don't know the numbers like former Councilwoman Marilyn Ruano does. I can barely tie my shoes unless I assist myself up with my other hand. So I do ask you to put in the time because you're our elected representatives in this republic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I feel like Bob Barker. Come on down.
Good evening. Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. I want to start off with a quote. We could say that government spends like drunken sailors, but that would be unfair to drunken sailors because the sailors are spending their own money. I looked at this budget and a couple of things stood out for me. I look at the care, the maintenance for Optimus Park. Does anybody know how much it increased? How much? I'm sorry, no, I forgot I can't ask you guys questions. Let me take that back. That's the teacher in me coming out. It increased substantially. So our expenses continue to increase, but we continue to come forward with ideas, and we cannot maintain what we have. And I specifically point out Optimus Park because we know, the issue of the bond. Spent $24,000 on a council to put together the bond. And at what point do we say we need to change our approach? Optimus Park, why aren't they contributing a little bit more? Why is it that the taxpayer has to continually take on that burden? If you guys recall, there were only 180-something kids from the town of Miami Lakes that participate in that program. Yet we're going to be paying almost $1 million to maintain just the grounds, by the way. We're not even talking about the Optimus Center, the clubhouse. So when you're preparing these budgets, and something that I take great offense to, I'm a Miami Laker, I'm your neighbor. Take great offense to see amounts here that are either overestimated or underestimated. So at the end of the day, what am I actually looking at here? And you guys are aware of this. Our expenses are overstated and our revenues are understated. What kind of storyline are we trying to create? The sky's not going to fall. The money is there. The group has already identified several areas where adjustments could be made. But we have to continue with this idea that, you know, the world's going to end. There's going to be job losses. I'm going to tell you something. I'm a teacher, okay? My insurance, I pay for my base insurance. Why? Because the county couldn't afford to pay the rest of it. It is what it is. My homeowner's insurance, every year I have to look at my homeowner's insurance, shop around, right? What am I going to get hit with this year? Is it going to be $6,000, $7,000? Am I going up to $10,000 this year? I have to shop around. I have to make cuts. Do I increase my deductibles? Why can't government do the same? Because you're spending our money. You're not spending yours. And that's the biggest problem here. You guys have a difficult job ahead. I know this. But you need to look at these line items. There's a lot of things here that quite honestly don't make sense and that you should question. Do your homework. Don't just follow what you are being told. Really take an in-depth look to this, because it's not as grim as you think. You do have the ability to keep it flat. That is an absolute possibility. Just looking at a couple of other things here. Well, never mind. Just look at the budget. There's things there, yes.
How much time do you think you would need to wrap up your thoughts?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I think you got the gist
Because
of
if
it.
anything, we'll have a question and answer later.
Okay.
I'd like to get also the input of the council as well as the staff, and then maybe we'll engage
Okay.
in like a little bit of an open
If
back
you
and
just
forth.
allow me, just because I'm looking
yeah,
at the
of course, finish your
I'm
thought.
looking at the Mirta Mendez podium here, you know, and she's not here. But she was one of the ones that always discovered what was, you know, what she called the November money. It's always there because things are overestimated, okay? So I really implore you guys, take a good look at the budget. It's there. You guys don't have to increase it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lucis. Anyone else in chambers wanting to comment? Mr. Cruz, welcome.
Hi, Homero Cruz, 8515 Northwest 165, 169 Terrace. I don't even remember my address anymore. I'm listening to everybody and questioning myself, why, and why are we here today? Very simple, because you guys decided not to do the right thing about a month ago, and that was to roll it back or leave it flat. You decided to raise 36%. And all of us are really upset. We're not happy at all. You can still do the right thing. Reminds me when I was in architectural school. I spent months working on a 3D model. And after having a presentation in front of a panel, they will take my project and say, Mr. Cruz, when something doesn't work, you might as well dump it. And the guy's standing on top of my model. I'm here today to tell you that this budget doesn't work, so you might as well dump it. Do the right thing. And we don't need to be here next year doing the same thing. I know it's not easy being on that side, but neither is being on this other side. Staff and officials need to work together, okay? This is simple math. 1 and 1 is 2, it's not 11. Take that budget, essentials versus not essentials. I don't want you to cut any essentials. I don't want you to defund the police. We knew that this was coming down and that the police department was going to drift away from Miami-Dade County, and now we got five more departments asking for money. Thank God we're here not asking, that we're not deducting $400 million. Imagine that. So I don't want to take any more time, guys, but do the right thing and dump it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Anyone else in chambers for public comments? Come on down.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. Aníbal
Try and
Perez,
press the mic in the bottom, sir.
This one? It's on? I'm Cuban, I can get loud.
And name and address when you get a chance.
My name is Aníbal Perez, and I'm at 16680 Northwest 83rd Place. Some of you have known me. Miami Lakes and Royal Oaks has been the dream of my family for about 20 years. And like Homero says, I know you guys are in a tough spot, okay? And my only question is the question I shared with Steven, okay? So being fiscally responsible means that we have to look at our processes first to make sure that they're efficient and effective, okay? Because if you tell me that the town of Miami Lakes is running on all cylinders and all systems are there to be effective with no waste, then I will be the first one to support you guys, because this is my family's dream. But I, just like JC and Stephen, we've shared, I've been privy to certain situations where we know that we're not being effective. That, if I may bring up the example of the park, the little park in Royal Oaks, okay? Stephen and I went to see it the other day. There's been a vendor out there twice. One time they claimed that they cleaned the little play yard, and it hasn't been cleaned. And the biggest problem with that park is that the sidewalk is a problem because it's full of mold. And kids go out there and elderly people go out there. I walk there every day, okay? And it's very slippery. I think that if we start by cutting waste or inefficiency, and then we have a study that says that the Miami Lakes, the town of Miami Lakes is running efficiently and effectively, and there's so much work to be done that it demands that we tax our residents, I'll be the first one to support you. But I don't believe that's the case. And I will welcome any one of you to share that efficiency study with me. I'm available. Most of you have my phone number, and I'm here to serve. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. One of my favorites.
I'm going to help her out with some comments that she wants to make. El nombre y la dirección primero.
Soy Eneida Choi, vivo en el 7223 de Locknex Drive.
So she wanted to inform you that her Social Security check is around $1,200. What she gets in an increase is like $20. She recently had to replace her roof that she spent $30,000 on, which was all of her savings, and she had to tent her house for termites. She wanted to speak on behalf of herself and all of the elderly community members that any increase, whether it's $30 or $100, is too much for them. They are really having to cut on essentials because they can no longer afford the cost of living.
¿Será que quieren que todos los viejos nos vayamos de Miami Lakes?
She would like to know.
Del condado.
She would like to know if the goal is for all of the elderly to move out of the town of Miami Lakes. Eso no es lo que nadie quiere. So I know that that's not your goal, but she wanted to speak. She wasn't confident enough to speak on her own, but she wanted to share that information with you because that's the reality that most of them are living. So it may just be numbers on a piece of paper, but it affects real people.
Mire que es bien triste lo que le están haciendo a los viejos, ustedes lo saben. Yo hoy me he pasado el día, fui a ver a Renecito, me contestaron ya del condado que tengo que deshabilitarme para que me hagan una rebaja, porque me voy a deshabilitar. Yo tengo 86 años. Mientras yo pueda valerme, vaya, mientras yo pueda. Pero me dicen, vende la casa, ¿dónde me voy a vivir? Yo llevo 43 años viviendo en la casa. Pagué 62.500. A mí no me interesa que la vendan en 3 millones los de al lado. No me interesa porque yo no la voy a vender. O sea, que ¿cuál es el valor de mi casa? 62.500. Esa es mi opinión, ¿vale? No sé la opinión de ustedes, para que se lo hagan saber, y se lo dije a Tomás Regalado el día que estuvo aquí, porque vine a verlo. Es muy triste lo que le están haciendo a las personas mayores. Porque cuando uno se queda solo, es un solo retiro, no hay más retiro. Muchas gracias por haberme oído.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora.
Okay.
Anyone else in chambers who would like to give public comments? Ms. Colon, the floor is yours.
I wanted to wait for Mayor Diegas, but I guess not enough time. Esther Colon, 6855 Cassia Place. I don't have a written statement. However, I'd like to look at everyone and say it was irresponsible to set a millage rate of 2.63 and advertise that as a 36% increase, when today, in front of you, you have a budget that's reflecting a 2.4 millage rate. Why was the need for you not to do the work that you're charged to do and give us a document or allow the manager to submit a document at that magnitude? I am going to go a little bit further than Councilwoman Marilyn Morano. We have enjoyed a surplus for 7 years. I have audited the past 10 years, CAFRs and budgets. Last year, this council enjoyed 1.554 in things that we needed, but $499,332 went to the Optimus Park. The year before, you had 1.486 surplus. Again, $499,332 to the Optimus Park. I think the people have spoken and told you enough is enough. I think you need to start paying attention. I'm going to remind you of something that happened in 2017. Former Mayor Sid said we were going to acquire a property, and back then, if you look at your documents, it said a $5 million price tag. In 2020, the 59th Avenue property now is becoming a bridge and a roadway, and in 2020, it has a price tag of $8.1 million. Look at your CAFRA, look at your budget. Today, as we stand here, when you, this council, approved the CAFRA, the audit report, that project, Northwest 59th, has a price tag of $16.3 million. How far is our checkbook supposed to go? I understand there's a lot of grants. I can tell you the number of the grants. But when you back out all the grants, there's $6 million pending. Some of it is coming from the gas tax. Some of it is coming from our pockets, from our checkbook. That is where you have the surplus. It is cash in the bank. I'm going to go a little bit further. When you look at your reserves, I saw that in this budget, I guess you decided to kick in the fund balance reserve required per ordinance. I don't know why, because was never done before in the past 12 years that I've stood in front of in this dais. I mean, right now, you have over $800,000 revenues over expenditures, and that's not even counting the expenditures that you need to cut, because you do have expenditures that are exaggerated. I am going to ask the vice mayor, since the mayor is not here, and the mayor has been here for 6 years. I know, Raymond, that you've been here for several years and you've gone through this process. But I think you need to put your big boy pants on and start with your own budget. Why do you get a car allowance, an expense allowance, health insurance, a stipend, laptops, and then on top of that, you insult us by putting a travel budget? Last year was zero. Use your money that you get to travel. And why don't you drive your car to go to Tallahassee? Why do I have to pay an airfare? Enough is enough. And like this, I can go page by page and find everything. It's just embarrassing. And something needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Anyone else in chamber for public comments? Seeing none, Mr. Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone online wanting to comment?
There are no public comments online, but for the record, we did receive a written
Yes.
public comment to the clerk's office from Alberto Aguiar. You were emailed the written comment, and also you have a physical copy in front of you.
Thank you. I'll ask that the written public comment just be made part of the record of this meeting in the minutes. And with that, I think I'll open it up to members of the council if you guys want to give a brief statement before we jump into specifics, and then let the staff come in. I think that'll be a good way. Have them hear us out, then have them present whatever they'd like to present, and then we'll jump into specifics along with the residents. I'll start on this side. Councilmember Sanchez.
Well, first and foremost, good evening, everybody. It's a great honor to be up here representing the town of Miami Lakes, all of our residents, and our businesses in town. Before we get deeper into the workshop, I just want to make a statement that everything that we're going to do, the 7 of us up here tonight, are duties that are bestowed upon us from the next level up on our organizational chart in Miami Lakes. The top of that chart is the residents, the second layer is the affected officials, the third layer is the town manager, and under the town manager is the town staff. I will say that from my point of view, none of this is personal, it is strictly professional. Not a single person will be mentioned, not a staffer, not a resident, nothing like that. Since last week, since the budget was presented to us in a more detailed version, I have dedicated myself 4 hours every day to just the budget, with endless questions and inquiries, many of which I have at least 4 pages worth of questions here tonight of requirements and non-requirements, and is there money that's just not being allocated properly? But know that we are here to represent you. And I stand by every single thing I'm going to state tonight. I know that we're not voting on anything tonight. It is just a discussion and inquiry session. And I hope that tonight we get more clarity into the cuts that are needed and not the ones that we would like to see in town. Our police, our public safety, our drainage projects, everything has a ripple effect. Lower police, crime rate goes up, property values go down, flooding into homes, current rates of insurance go up because now there's no more claims, so it's a give and take. It's finding that happy median, but always the needs before the wants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Of course, this is new to me, as well as a couple of others of us. And it doesn't mean that I don't take this as serious as the ones that have been here before. I understand that certainly the budget or the rate that we set, the millage rate that we set, we were never going to get there. I think that we all had some numbers in front of us at the time, and we thought we would set it, and then we would come back and go through the budget and see where we can cut. I'm willing to, there are some, as far as I'm concerned, there are some things that I would not cut, and of course, public safety is going to be always top priority for me, and I think the residents share that. I have gone through the budget. There are some ideas that I'm looking at, but there's a lot of work to be done. And I would like to sit with Mr. Aguiar, if you can grace me with some time, maybe this week coming up, that we can just sit and I want to go through the email that you sent, because I'd like to get more in depth into some of the details. I have some questions. Thank you. Thank you.
On this side, I'm going to come right to left. Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Well, basically, on my first 100 years of service, pretty interesting. I didn't know that this was going to be this challenging, but I'm willing to take it. I didn't serve my country, but now I'm going to serve my town. As you all well know, I'm not a politician, and I'm definitely not a math whiz, but I will learn it. I know that when I am through with my 4 years, I should know some of this math. Some of you know that I will support the right thing, because whatever is done to me, in this case I am a resident, is all in effect. And I will only support what is the best for our residents. So what I do not understand today is, why isn't this whole entire chamber not overflowing? It should be that we should have people all the way outside to the street. A lot of talking and very little action. So again, thank you for those of you that are here today that are, supporting this situation. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Padre Garcia. Councilmember Herzberg.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First, most importantly, thank you for the residents that are here. One of the main reasons I ran was to get people engaged, and we'll work on it, Councilman. People need to trust us, and we won't always agree. Okay, none of us will agree 100% on everything, and we will never agree 100% on everything. But as long as you're engaged and listening, that's what I appreciate. And we won't agree on what's essential and what's not. But the more we go through the budget today and the next workshop, the more we'll be able to hash that out. For me, one thing I want to make clear is I hope that we today have that discussion and figure out, does any of us have a line in the sand, right? What will we not vote in the budget? What will we allow to be voted in the budget, right? Because first we need to know, and second we need staff to know, so they can prepare an accurate budget for us. Because it is true, I agree, that the budget that was prepared at the special meeting for the rollback was not accurate, right? That budget, I don't think we necessarily made a mistake, or our jobs to get the budget down. Probably we made a mistake politically, but I don't care really much about the politics of it. But now we have a budget this should have been the first budget. Right? Maybe. That's the way I see it. But I hope that we have that discussion today, and that we get out what we believe once we go line by line or section by section. I want to hear from all of you what you must have or must not have in the budget, so we can get and understand what we're going to approve, and we can give the direction to staff. So when we come to the next workshop and we come to the first budget hearing is when we'll get the final budget. And we're not going to go in the second budget hearing and start moving numbers and making motions. We really should have this ironed out, and that's going to take us, the seven of us, discussing that right now here, because we don't get an opportunity to discuss. I have no idea what these guys think about the budget. So I appreciate everyone's time, and I hope we can have that good discussion tonight.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank everybody who's here. I see faces that have been here for decades, fighting for the residents. Councilman Ruano, thank you so much again for your insight. And yes, we have gone through the budget process together, and you more than besides the mayor, been up here. So you've seen situations. So, and that's kind of what I brought up before on the history of what's been going on with the town over the last years, with the chart going down on the millage or remaining the same. And during that tough time during COVID, we were able to do a rollback, which wasn't the easiest thing, and it was tough for everyone, right? But everybody in the world was suffering, and we were suffering, so we felt that was the right thing for senior citizens to make sure they get a rebate as well. Because, señora, muchas gracias por hablar con nosotros sobre el cuento de tu vida. Mi mamá y mi papá tienen 85 años y están sufriendo igual. Thank you so much. No, thank you very much. So, exactly. So, I know. So, yeah. So when we're all up here, I know we want to do the right thing, but that's the example of why we need to do it. We're losing a lot of the original OG Miami Lakers who can't afford to live here anymore. And I know our part of it is only 11% of your tax dollar, but man, is it getting squeezed by everybody wants a little bit of everything. So I think it's our responsibility, and the councilman is correct. We need to bring the areas where we're willing and not willing, prioritize, so then when we do come to the budget, the two hearings, there isn't those surprises that kind of it's difficult to make that decision at the last minute. We've all been part of that. I mean, Mr. Rano, we all have bruises because of that, right? We still have them. So I know the pledge that I make, I know everybody here and the staff is that we're going to do that for you, okay? We're going to make sure that everything that we look at is the absolute need and wants. We might disagree on wants and needs, and I know we do when it comes to parks, and I accept that. But again, there are certain things that are just black and white. So I think we all make that pledge today to you. But thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Moreta.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep this brief, as I know we're going to get into more specifics later. For purposes of this opening, I want to talk a little bit about time. Time is our friend, and it's also our enemy. It's our enemy because of how little time I think all of us have actually had to truly sit, chew on this, and digest on it as much as we would want. It is our ally, however, because we're not setting a budget today. We're still, what, 2 weeks out from the first budget hearing? Is it September 11th, I think? And 2 weeks later would be the second budget hearing. We have almost an entire month to get this down. That is the time for you guys, and I'm speaking not just to the ones in the room, because you guys have already been doing it, a lot of you, but to those who may watch this later, may watch this online, this upcoming month is the time to reach out directly to us with your specifics, with what is your line in the sand. We act based on what we believe, but also allow ourselves to be influenced by the requests of the community. So I want to start on that point, the fact that time is both our friend and our enemy at this moment. As far as setting the rate, I agree with Councilmember Herzberg. I think that no matter what you do up here, if you do something and it is a political decision for your own benefit, then I think you need to step off the dais. I was very clear at the time that we set the cap rate, that I was setting the cap rate because I had no math to support a lower rate. And that was based on the budget that was provided to us. Having had this budget now for about a month, I can say, as he said, this budget, the one that you see before you today, is probably the budget that we should have had about a month ago. I will have actually some questions on how we got this low right before I go into how I want it to go lower. But I think it's important that it be noted that I think a lot of my colleagues are with me on the reason why we approved this is the math that was shown to us at a flat rate was going to mean dirty streets, unfixed potholes. Our police was not going to have their details fully funded. I think every single committee was completely defunded. Our parks were not going to be properly maintained. Our trees were not going to be properly trimmed. And so we said, well, where there's proper math is at this 2.6 rate that none of us like, but we all said, we're pretty sure that there's fat in here, and we're going to find it. And we've been working at it for the last month. And I do thank the residents that have been reaching out with suggestions, recommendations on where to make cuts. We listen, or at least we should. And then I also wanted to, since a couple people have brought it up, I'll just lay it out there right now, the things that I'm not willing to compromise on. And that's very simply the police, it will be, at least if a budget's gonna have my vote, the police will be fully funded. Our park maintenance cycle will be fully funded. The road maintenance, road repairs is going to be fully funded, and sidewalk repairs are going to be fully funded. Aside from that, there are other things that I find important, but that I'm willing to compromise on or get creative with. Even things like the parks are things that, the park maintenance are things that they can actually be massaged, because you start looking into our contracts and you realize maybe some of our contracts are overbloated. So there's room for savings, not just in the dry math of the budget, but in the numbers that feed the budget. So there's a lot to unpack in here, and I said I was gonna go short and then I didn't. So I'll stop it there and look forward to getting into the specifics.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And before we go over to staff, I'm going to throw my comments again for the record, being that we have a lot more residents here today than we did in July, and as well at the last meeting. I also just want to continue to reiterate this every opportunity that I get, as I have been on social media, repeatedly, which is that this is not the final decision, right? And I know my colleagues have been repeating that over and over again, but it cannot be stressed enough, right? This is the tentative millage, which we are required to set, so that when you receive your trim notice, you know what is the maximum that you will have to pay the next year, right? So that is why we're required to set that preliminary millage, but that is not the final millage. And what's more than that is that the part of the reason why we also, especially for my newer colleagues, while it takes a while to get the more complete budget numbers, is because Melissa, our budget director, has to wait on final forecast that we rely on from the state, because the way that she builds that budget is from the numbers she gets from the Department of Revenue and other sources at the county as well. We obviously have to wait on the property appraiser to complete their certification of the tax rolls. So it takes a while to get complete numbers. And so in an abundance of caution, much as we did in 2019, and much as we have in other prior years, a higher rate was set than otherwise would have been, than the flat millage. And back then, and I am confident that that will be the case again now, as I have repeatedly stated, there is a way to keep the rate flat, right? And the way that we should be budgeting, and this is what I've always advocated for and will continue to advocate for, is especially having the fourth lowest tax rate out of 34 municipalities in Miami-Dade County, we should, in future years, when we do have a surplus at the flat rate, is put that money aside to save into some kind of stabilization fund, so that in the event, like what we had in 2019, where there was a substantial cut in revenue from the franchise fee, as you may recall, Councilwoman Verano, or a year like now, where we have had a lot of a major increase in our expenses, from the police contract to the final PISI settlement payment, we can now tap that reserve to keep taxes low, right? And that's been one of the things that Councilwoman Verano, myself, and Councilman Collazo previously would fight for, right? That's where the sinking fund came from, is a desire to try to save more money so that we're not just applying it toward all sorts of new projects that, while are well-intentioned, are maybe not priorities, right? And ultimately, though, can cost $200,000, as in the case of the crosswalk on Montrose, right in front of the park. I know that a lot of people like it, but at least, my sister lives there, a bunch of other people live there, and the truth is, we could have done without that, right? And that's $200,000 that we're not going to be able to apply toward other important needs that we have around the town. And this is something that would recur year after year after year. Fortunately, once we got Councilman, our Vice Mayor, Brian Morera, on the council, the things started to look a little differently in terms of how we budgeted, and better decisions were being made. So my pledge to you is, as before, to continue to work toward a low tax rate, right? Understanding that we do have things that we need to pay for, and I think everybody agrees, even though there may be some differences when it comes to parks, when it comes to just how often we should trim trees and whatnot. The one thing we all agree is not negotiable is public safety, right? And so on top of the $800,000 plus dollar increase that we're getting in the base police budget, right, this year, in order to fund other programs that have been immensely successful over the last couple of years, such as the Grinch Busters detail, where we pay overtime to bring in more officers during the holiday season to combat theft and similar crimes during the months of December and parts of November. We need to make sure that's funded. We need to make sure that for those that care about speeding in this town, that we continue to fund the overtime details for traffic enforcement. We need to make sure that we also cover overtime generally for other important events where public safety is at issue, especially for big events. So that's going to be a non-negotiable for me. And I know that many of you actually, when I was on the campaign trail, talked to me about having a more visible police presence. And Major, Lieutenant, you guys will be happy to hear that there have been some residents who have told me they've seen a more visible presence. And I think that's part of the changes that you implemented. I believe it was earlier this year, or maybe it was late last year. Yeah, last year. But they still want to see more. And obviously, that's not cheap. And that requires money, too. And so, working toward that in the future is going to require that we start planning for that. And that way we're not moving from crisis to crisis, which, you and I hated when we were up here together. And so just for my colleagues, I just want to continue to emphasize that whatever decisions we take, we need to learn the importance of discipline and restraint and to look ahead, not just at the next fiscal year, but a couple cycles down. And again, just to close my remarks before turning it over to the manager so that we can get staff's presentation, thank you all for being here. And again, nobody wants to raise taxes in this town. Nobody, right? We all live here. Some of us own multiple properties here, have other family members here as well. And Ada's been a family friend literally forever. So, the last thing I ever want to do is do something that's going to hurt her, especially, being, on a fixed income and retired living in Loch Ness. So, just for those of you that are on Facebook, just, be cognizant of that when it's important to be, to keep us on our toes, to keep us in check. And I want to thank Mr. Aguiar as well. We've been going back and forth, but I know it's coming from a good place. And thank you for taking that time to meet with me and the councilwoman and with our budget director and our finance director to get a better handle on the budget. And we need to continue to have those discussions, but I just would ask those that are here and those that are watching online or may watch this later to go ahead and, just keep in mind that even if we disagree, that we need to not impugn the motives of those up here, right? We all mean the best for the town, and we may have different ideas on how to get there, but again, it's important that we have a dialogue that is constructive. And again, just want to reiterate that no final decision has been made. The steps that have been taken to now with these higher rates have been to be cautious, and they're procedural. The final decisions will be made next month at the first and second budget hearing. With that, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to first set kind of the stage to start the conversation. And there were, as all of you know, there were two new business items that were proffered at the last council meeting that gave staff direction. And while not final until they're finally approved, when we bring them back to you next month, we did incorporate them into this latest version of the budget, and that helped us make several modifications. So the first modification that we made was assuming the FPL franchise fee changing from 3% to 6%. That generates in this coming fiscal year, because there is a 60-day lag in FP&L from the time that we notify them that a change has been approved by the council to when it's implemented in this. So for the extra 3%, there's a quarter, more or less, that would be lost, but it would generate $1.125 million for this next fiscal year. The second item would be the item that was contained in the same new business item, which would be to suspend the FPL franchise ordinance, which requires anything over $1.275 million to be directed to infrastructure, to suspend it for 1 year to allow that to be used in the general fund for general operations. With that change, that allows us to reduce the proposed millage rate from the 2.6372 that was approved by this council as a cap down to 2.2459. The second new business item that was approved at the last council meeting that gave us direction was to maintain the committee budgets for this upcoming fiscal year flat at the same level as the current fiscal year. The final measure that we incorporated into, significant measure, because there's little odds and ends, little tweaks here and there, but the fifth and final significant change that we incorporated was reducing the proposed cost of living adjustment for staff from 5% to 3%. In the package that I presented to you here, and it's also available there for the public, there's some here on the dais, or on the podium, and there's some out back outside the chamber. We also are including for you, as a point of reference, a list of staff COLAs for the last decade, and showing them how they compare to the Consumer Price Index, the CPI, the rate of inflation, for the Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach area over the last 10 years. We have also given you a series of different frequencies, or mowing frequencies, for our parks, mostly our medians, our pocket parks. This would not be for our recreational fields. They have a different cycle, but the mowing frequency for our other green space, the current, or the ideal, the target is to mow 35 times per year, and throughout the schedule that you have before you shows the month by month list of how often that mowing happens. Obviously, the mowing is should be more frequent in the summer months when we have more rain and sunshine and hotter temperatures. And what we have had to do to balance the budget over the last few years is we have had to move that mowing cycle to 30 a year. And obviously what that does, the grass stays a little longer, grows a little more. Similar adjustments is what we've had to do over the last several years, with trimming of trees and other things that are based on frequency or cycles. We also have, over the last couple years, done something that is not really the most responsible way of balancing a budget, which is we've used one-time revenues. 2 years ago, we made the one-time revenue, the transfer from the general fund money that was in the MLOP capital fund, was almost $500,000, and that was necessary to balance the budget the year that we went to the rollback rate. And last year, we made a similar transfer out of the budget for the senior center. That was eventually supplanted in the senior center, but it was a one-time transfer into the general fund of over $200,000, and those two one-time transfers. Now, there is no other general fund money in capital projects that's available to take out. So first, it's not really the best and most responsible way to budget. We should budget recurring expenses and recurring revenues. We should not have one-time transfers to balance a budget. So I just wanted to kind of set that stage and just let you, I know we've had briefings with all of you. I know the mayor was out of town and we were not able to speak in person, but I wanted to, we've had several meetings, budget briefings with each one of you. Most of them lasted several hours. And then I wanted to just turn it over to the council. I think you're all briefs and versed sufficiently on all the lines. And the staff is here and available for questions. That's it, Mayor.
Well, I do want to start, though, before I turn it over to my colleagues. I would like to invite Melissa to come up. I believe you received a copy of this handout that Mr. Aguiar provided. And I just wanted to get what your thoughts were as far as his analysis on this.
If I may, from here, so I have access to my computer and stuff.
That's fine.
So I didn't go through it in detail, but I did review it briefly. I guess what I would want to address mainly would be the general fund balance. It states the ending general fund balance for fiscal year 24 is 5.621. That number is accurate. However, what we utilize is the unassigned fund balance, which is 5.5. That is located on page 15 of our ACFR. That's on our website. The number that he is utilizing isn't taking into account the prepaids, which is at the very top of that column, which is 91,000. From that, from the 5.5, in April 15th of 2025, item 14A, which came before this council and was approved, was a budget amendment. At that budget amendment, on page 1 of that memo, there is a small box that breaks down how those funds were utilized. So from the 5.5 that's in our ACFR, we have a fund balance requirement per ordinance 23-328 to have a 15% fund balance reserve. So you have 5.5 minus the 3.2, you then have 2.2 mil. From that, 93,527 was utilized to carry forward into this current budget, which was utilized for legal reserves, which was utilized towards the Michael Pizzey payment legal litigation. Aside from that, 48,000 was also utilized from fund balance reserve to balance the budget, something that should not be done. Leaving then a fund balance reserve of 2.1. After that, 578,000 was required allocations. What does that mean? That means stuff that the committees receive in donations and contributions that is for their specific committee. They are then allowed to carry that over into the next fiscal year because those are their dollars. Aside from that, there may be other projects within the town that were needed to utilize to then also carry forward into the next fiscal year. After that, after all of these things, what was left from the fund balance reserve is 1.5 million, which this council then decided to allocate that 1.5 million to different projects within the town.
Before you continue though, just to make sure we're on the same page, and I don't know if my colleagues feel the same way, that fund balance reserve you're talking about is the 15%?
No,
Or you're
this
talking
is
about the unassigned?
This is the excess of the unassigned.
Okay.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I may chime in, over the last several years, so let's say since COVID, we have had several years where we have had significant carry forward or budget amendments in the spring, and I'll tell you some of the reasons why, right? It's not, every year is kind of unique and every year was a little different. Several of those years we got unanticipated extra revenue that we weren't anticipating related to the COVID epidemic. Several years, especially immediately following COVID, a lot of our contractors, they rely on minimum wage workers. They were unable to get workers. They were not able to perform their work. So similar to what I showed you on that spreadsheet, that 35, let's say, just as an example, mowing, the frequency of mowing is 35 per year. Several of those years, probably the first 2 or 3 years after COVID, they were unable to comply because they were not able to get, they had shortages in labor. They were unable to get labor. They were not able to do it. Some of those years, we had to reduce the mow cycles because of balancing a budget.
No, I remember that, but if I may, just before we get too far into that explanation, I just want to make sure that we're clear, though, as far as the terminology we're using here.
Yes.
Which is, apparently I'm still, learning it 6.5 years later as far as some of the way that it's called, right?
Unassigned fund balance.
Well, okay, but that's what I want to clarify, right? It was my understanding, and I don't know if you had the same understanding, that anything above that 15% requirement that was to be held back in reserves is what's unassigned.
Correct.
Okay, so that 1 point that we allocated, that was the unassigned.
And that's what this last year, that led, one of the reasons, wasn't the exclusive reason, but one of the reasons that led to that having a significant unassigned fund balance was the change that we made because all of our legal litigation and everything was done. We had several litigation that I think was the original impetus for moving it from 15% to 2 months. this council elected to move it back to 15%, and
Well-
that caused a little excess in that unassigned fund
Well, as
balance.
my ordinance, again, as part of what I mentioned earlier about, the desire to save more, right? Remember that we had increased it, yes, I think it was like 2.5 months worth of requirements, which basically came out to like 16.5%, that,
16.67.
Yeah, in terms of an increased reserve requirement, not by much, but it was, it was to keep some more money aside, just like we did with the sinking fund. But I just want to make sure we're clear in terminology then. So that number, then, the 1 point, whatever it was again, for the unassigned fund balance, the 15% is not based off of that. The 15% obviously is based off of the total budget.
So, yes, the 15% is of the total general fund adopted budget.
Correct, yeah. Okay, so I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page there, okay. And Mr. Manager, I know you wanted to continue to offer an explanation as to the surpluses and everything, but just if you can let her finish addressing what she saw in the, I'll call it the memorandum, that she wanted to address, if you can please continue with that.
I mean, mainly it was just to address that in the fund balance. The assumption is if we allocated the funds, it should all be spent, but I'll mention again that this was at the April 15th, 2025 council meeting. It's item 14A, and everything in that memo stipulates how the funds were distributed, allocated, and it has the breakdown in a small box on page 1 of the memo that shows what I mentioned verbally.
When he and I met with the councilwoman, and when you were there as well, he pointed out some of the undercounts or the underestimation of certain income, if you will, or revenues for the town. One of them that caught my attention, because I heard your explanation at the meeting, and perhaps you can address that for the general public as to why you budgeted that way.
One of the things that I'll address is, I see it says ad valorem revenues projected 700,000 lower than originally budget. So we budget all of our ad valorem in one line item. And as it comes in and we receive it from the county, we then distribute it to the correct account. But if you add up, for example, last year, it pretty much is what was budgeted in that specific line item. So I'm not sure what the extra 700 is that's referred to in this memo. But I can show it to you too. I mean,
Excuse me, I'll let them get together when I'm done with the back and, with my questioning. So something he identified though as well that I did find interesting, and I'm just curious to see what the explanation for it is that the interest income from the deposits that we're holding at our accounts is lower than the year prior. So just wanted to see what that's about.
I think it's primarily because a lot of the cash that we had an exorbitant amount of cash for a time period because we had a lot of money from our bond issuance and from our ARPA money. And as those projects were under construction and being built and going out, our cash, not our savings account, but our total cash was going out, which led to lower returns on interest.
That makes sense. But again, I just want to try to address these issues out in the open and get answers because.
And Mayor, one other thing, Melissa, explain how when we budget for ad valorem taxes that we have to budget at 95% by state law.
We may receive 98%, but per Florida statute, we have to budget it at 95%.
And again, at the end of the day, because we have to follow that, we don't really have discretion on that point. And at the end of the day, we have to present a balanced budget. So even if we wanted to include more to be more accurate, we can't. Is that accurate? For those watching, our finance director, our budget director were nodding their heads. So for the record, it's just like in depositions and everything. Okay. I mean, so I think for now, again, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to address the main points here. Some of these items have been posted, obviously, on the Miami Lakes Residence page. And
I haven't gone through it in its entirety, but looking at it, like contributions and donations projected to drop from 200K to 18K. For clarity, we don't budget donations unless we know for a fact we're going to get them. We budget donations as they come in. So if you're seeing 200,000, you're looking at an amended budget. But if you look at the original budget, there should not be 200K there. We budget the dollars as they come in. So if Education Advisory Board gets a sponsorship for 10,000, then when we get that and it's in our accounts, then it gets budgeted in the line item that it belongs to, on the revenue and the expense side.
Okay, and before we move on from the budget director, did any of my colleagues have a chance to review this if they wanted to ask her something, or our finance director a question about this document? Councilman Sanchez. But the revenues discussed here, or? Oh, okay, yeah. For now, just on the document, Councilman Garcia.
On the document? Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll get to the proposed budget in a bit, but I just wanted to take the time to address this.
Yeah, my question, Melissa, I know we spoke, go ahead.
No,
Go
I was
ahead.
just saying that on the finance side, with Mr. Aguiar, I'll be happy to sit with him and go through these numbers. I just haven't had a chance to review this document. I never received it.
Okay, yeah, and I know you guys, will make the time. You guys are always working to make sure you're accessible to our residents, getting them accurate information as quickly as you can, and I thank you for that. But I just wanted to, again, start there, and make sure that we try to address some of the concerns that are raised here, since this is part of the conversation out in the community on social media. So I just wanted to make sure that we were addressing that at the beginning before we go into the meat and potatoes of what we do, and diving into the proposed budget. Did anybody else on this particular document have any questions?
Yeah.
Councilman Garcia.
So just to address the 98, 95, I understand by law it has to be, we have to estimate at 95. Have we been averaging around 97, 98%?
There's a page in our ACFR that actually has the percentage for every year. I don't know the page number off the top of my head, but I want to say
It's
yes.
around, 3%.
Yeah.
Which
No,
would be
we-
around, go ahead.
We have been averaging anywhere between 96 and 95%
Also 96 and 95%?
in collections.
It's page 82 of the ACFR for anyone in the public who might want to look at it for themselves.
Okay, so,
Of the what?
Our financial statements.
Oh, well, it used to be known as the CAFR.
It used to be known as a
Okay.
CAFR, it is
They-
now the
All right,
ACFR.
basically the audit. Yeah, they recently renamed it, so okay, yeah.
okay, so let's say same thing happens. We're going to bring in 1% of 24 million, around 24 million is that? Is about 240,000. So we would expect 200, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we would expect this year 240 or a little less?
I'm sorry, what is your question?
So if we receive 98, we receive the 96%.
Councilmember, it's only ad valorem. That's the only one that we're obligated
Okay, so how
to
much-
budget at 95%. Any other revenue
Okay,
that comes
so
into the
the ad
general
valorem,
fund, we
how
can
mu-
budget at what we think it's
Yeah.
gonna.
So let's say we get 1% this year, we're lucky, we get 1%, how much more how much is that in dollars?
I think like $100,000.
So about 100,000, okay. No, she's getting the answer for me, yeah.
And council member, while she's doing the math, take into account, a budget obviously is not etched in stone. It's kind of prospective. We're looking and trying to, project and determine the future.
Yeah, that's why I
So-
asked for the averages that we've been,
That's
the real
why the
averages
state.
that she's.
So there, at the end of the day is where we'd have to look and see. We have to take the totality of all of our general fund revenues, not just ad valorem.
No, I get it. I
Yeah.
just want to find out, what 1% would be, and you said around 100,000. She's getting, so I'm just seeing what we have to work with. Because if we've averaged 1%, like you said, then it's to be expected we're going to get about the same, right? Because that's an average.
Yeah, I mean, just as an aside, right? This last budget year, the budget year that finished last year, so the budget of 23, 24, we finished the year, if you just take operations, right? Everything that came in, all revenues, and everything that we spent, we actually finished in a slight deficit. We just a little over $200,000 deficit for our operations. So that is taking, in the general fund, taking everything that we collected in the general fund, minus everything that we spent, throughout the year, it
Yeah.
was a little over $200,000 in a deficit.
Okay.
So that,
No, I'm just
that's
addre-
why it's the totality of all of our revenues and all of our expenses. You
Understood.
can't
I'm just
really tie one
addressing,
revenue to an expense.
I was just addressing Mr. Aguilar's, and the question about the 95, 98, and what's the actual, and how much money additional we're gonna get from that actual.
About an estimated 117,000.
117,000, all right, thank you so much, thank you. That's all the questions for that subject.
All right, so with that, we're going to go now to, well, Mr. Manager, I know you were in the process of explaining the various surplus over the years. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that?
No, sir.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to open up to the council for questions of the staff, our Finance and Budget Director. And I know that Councilman Sanchez, I wanted to ask questions about the revenue, so we'll start there and then just obviously get my attention. And we'll go to you once he finishes. And everybody will get around, and then we'll continue going until the questions are done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate what I said earlier. None of this is personal, it's strictly professional, just data collection, okay? Melissa, you stated a few minutes ago that we amend the budget, or we adopt the budget at 95% of the ad valorem taxes. The ones for 24-25 came in at $9,634,854. That would be 95% of the total. What was the year-end projection is $8,955,913, meaning we received 89%, or 89.5%.
If I may interject in that.
Yes.
So as I mentioned before,
Yes.
we budget the delinquent, the personal property, all in one line, because we don't know what that is until we receive that. When we receive it from the property appraisers, then we break it out. So if you notice the line right underneath it, you have 8956, but you have to add the 497, that's it being broken out,
Mhm.
the 17, it being broken out,
Mhm.
which would then be added to the 89.
Which would
be
be
a total-
$9,406,974.
It would be 9,472,000. Oh, my numbers might be a little bit more updated than
Updated.
yours. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
didn't
this
take that
is-
into account.
Yeah, this is as of Monday.
Yeah, I
Right.
have 497 for personal and 17 for delinquent. And
Okay.
this one.
I'm sorry,
And the real
Melissa,
estate.
one more time,
And the
just
real
so that
estate
we
at
can all mark
174.
that down? What were the latest numbers?
For property, for personal property, it's 497, 676. It's not a big difference from what's there already. It's
Okay.
very, very small.
Okay.
No, but I just want to make sure that everybody has, the
Yeah.
same numbers.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Then for the line that says utility service tax electricity, we have a year-end projection of $3.387 million.
Mhm.
But for next year, the fee is going up by $80,000.
Mhm.
Why is this fee going up? Aren't electric bills supposed to be going down by 10%, FPL bills, and therefore causing the tax portion to be lower?
Well, we do this based on actuals and what the projection and what we're seeing historically. So when I look at the account and what's there, I project maybe 330 for the next 3 months based on what's already collected. Because this is collected, it has a lag. It has like a 2-month lag.
Okay.
So.
So that's not taking into account the 10% rebate that FPL is going to give?
Yeah, FPL has a 10% hurricane surcharge that they
Right,
put
right
on a
now.
couple years ago when they had the 2 big hits on the southwest coast.
Right, I
That
remember.
are due to expire now in December.
Yeah.
Right? But the utility tax is added before the surcharge is added. So it's almost like, so it's.
So the
it's-
surcharge isn't taxed?
Correct.
Okay.
It's charged against the consumption.
Okay.
So it shouldn't be influenced by the surcharge or any other tax.
Okay, so for revenues under parks, Royal Oaks Park Athletic Field should be line up 72.
Wait, I think you gotta give page numbers.
No, I'm on the Excel spreadsheet, it's line number 72.
I don't know.
No? Okay. Well, there's a line that says, okay. Park-Royal Oaks Park Athletic Field.
But for the benefit of the public, maybe if you can just, if you have the equivalent page number on the printout.
Or what subheading you're under.
It's in revenues, right now we're in revenues.
Okay, what's your question, sir?
Okay, 2023 actuals, we received revenues of 7,365. 2024-25, we have revenues of 16,250.
I
If that were the case, then why is it zero?
So
for the
I
next
can
2
address
years?
that. Before, all these things were commingled, and now we've created project codes for each to kind of distribute what is pavilions, what is facility rental. So when I'm gonna technically budget each of those sections, I need at least 3 years of historicals to be able to do that.
Mhm.
So if you see, there is a line that says park service and rental fees,
Yes.
and then there's 80,000. So
Yes.
that is encompassing all of those line items that you're talking about. Now, as we have more data moving forward, then I'll be able to give a more precise, because we have been breaking it out now. That's something we corrected, I wanna say maybe 2-3 years ago.
Okay. Police traffic fines, they're going down. We have a projection this year of receiving 25,621, next year 19,000. Are we hoping that speeding is gonna slow down and the staking of stop signs and reckless driving and all that is gonna take a significant hit back to be able to bring down the income from that?
So remember that what you have before you is a draft. I have to go
Right.
through my year-end again, but what I have for my year-end on this right now is 25,000. When I look at historical, we have never exceeded 15. So 19 felt like something that was conservative, but also taking into the fact that we received a little bit more.
Okay. Code violation fines. We have an amended budget of this year of 162,000. Our actuals are 193,000. For next year, we have 175. If we're adding another code enforcement officer, shouldn't this amount be higher to at least cover the salary of the new code enforcement officer?
Well, remember that this falls into the big pot of general fund. It's not specifically allocated directly to the code department.
Right, but
But
if we're
I-
adding another officer, that means that we're gonna see an increase in code violation fines. That right now, we don't have enough code officers to be out there to find the code violations. We'll have
So-
more, it'll be more prevalent to find the code violations.
What I'm aware of is I know that our code department has made a major initiative to get certain violations.
Mhm.
And after speaking with our director, we felt comfortable with the 175 because that initiative should start to dwindle down because they've been working on it for the last 2 years. They've increased, so for example, in 2023, they had 155,000. In
Mhm.
2024, 223. And right now, I'm budgeting it out, my year end is 193, which is going down. So the 175 felt like a safe place for that after speaking to our director.
Yeah,
Okay.
and let me, something that is similar with code enforcement as well as law enforcement.
Yeah.
We'd like to think that more enforcement will end up leading to a change in behavior that will lead to fewer fines, right? Because if we're gonna make all this effort and spend all this money towards enforcing the code as well as enforcing the law with no residual effect, we don't wanna do it just to be able to find more people. We want it for it to be, over time, to be a change in behavior where people are modifying their behavior with, on the roads as well as with code enforcement issues.
Right, but we're not at the crescent of the slope right now.
Right.
now, we're with adding another officer, we're reaching the crescent of the
But
slope.
we've done that in the past with several things, new initiatives, is we'd rather be more conservative and give it a year or two and see what the pattern is before we actually adopt a higher revenue stream until we know what it's really gonna be.
Okay. Now, transfer from capital.
Councilmember Sanchez, can you say which department it was again, or
It's
where
just
you're at?
right now revenue. It's strictly revenue.
Which one?
Transfer from capital.
Thank.
Because the thing is, if we're undercalculating numbers just to receive more ad valorem and take more funds out of the pockets of our residents, to me, it's not the right practice. We should be calculating them properly. Say again? I am in the general fund. We should be
He
calculating
is on
to
the
save
second to
money
last
from our
line
residents.
on page 3.
Yeah, I think using page numbers would just help out everybody.
Okay.
I know you're on the Excel spreadsheet, so what you can do is at least try to get us, like, the heading that you're in, and then give us a second to get there. And also let us know if you're in general fund or in a special fund.
No, this is strictly general fund, and I'm currently only in revenues.
Correct.
Which is only one category.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was researching something else. If you can ask
So
your
transfer
question.
from capital, this year, we transferred $250,000 from capital, which, no, revenues.
It's under interfund and equity transfers. It's
Okay,
the last
okay, okay. I
revenue
got it.
category.
It's transfer from capital, $250,000.
That, for the year-end projection? Is that what you're
For the
talking?
year-end projection, yes.
Because there's nothing being transferred to
Right, right.
capital from.
But what I would like to know is where that came from and.
So, no, what that is, it's 250 that came from the senior center because it was general fund dollars. That's a one-time revenue, which is what the manager had mentioned earlier. But we did utilize impact fee monies to replace the 250 that we transferred to the general fund. So that budget stayed whole as it was from before, but that 250 was general fund dollars that we transferred back to be able to balance the budget last fiscal
If
year.
I may, Councilman
That's just what I wanted
and
to
Budget
know.
Director, I think it would, because Mr. Aguiar had the same question when we met with him. And for his benefit, again, you know, because a lot of people aren't familiar with these transfers in and out, why don't you give a general overview as far as what that description tends to cover? Because I think some people may be confused that is additional revenue of some kind or some additional expense, but if you could just generally explain it, because I know it varies from item to item, but.
So I'll then explain also the 499 from the year before that was MLOP. Those were general fund dollars. They were transferred from the capital fund back into general fund because those were the only dollars we could take out of the capital fund that wasn't restricted, that it was specifically general fund to be able to balance the budget in 23-24. That is not best practice and should not be done. Unfortunately, prior councils have approved to do that to make it work.
Well, not just that thing, items, money that are in capital funds, are they interest bearing? So they're
Yes,
growing over time.
yes, all
So the moment
funds
that
are
money's taken
interest-bearing.
out, it's no longer gaining.
Yeah,
One-
we
one of-
commingle our cash.
Right.
Even though it's all, we have it allocated to different funds and different,
Yes.
but we commingle our cash for investment. The only ones that we kind of had kind of separate was the ARPA money and the bond money because there's so many regulatory restrictions with it. But otherwise, we commingle our cash, and then when we cash out a CD or whatever, then we redistribute in appropriate proportions back to the accounts or the funds that they came from.
Okay.
I-
With regards to revenues?
I will address, though, the code line item that we were discussing before. That may be an item that we can increase slightly because I was looking at our actuals. So as I mentioned before, what you have before you is a draft.
Yes.
So
Right. Is that we're making our decisions based on the numbers that we have. And we know that they're ever changing, but.
keep in mind that what will be before you to be at the proposed budget is to be published on September 5th.
Yeah.
So you should have sufficient time to review the budget for the September 11th budget hearing.
Yep. Okay. With regards to general revenues, I have no more questions. I defer to my colleagues.
Through the chair. Oh, sorry.
So Councilman Garcia, then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to refer you to page 28 of the
I'm
budget.
using-
The building department, sorry, Danny, but building department budget. Specifically, the line item, fund balance carry forward for technology, projected fund balance carry forward for building technology subfund.
Okay, what is your question, sir?
With this, and first of all, I want to thank you yesterday for taking the time. And I promised you I was going to go over the notes, and I did that last night and this morning. And this number really jumped out at me. There's been, for the last 2 budget cycles and projected for the next, over almost $1.2 million for that technology fund. Could you tell me a little bit about why that's there, what your proposed use for that is, and why it hasn't been used over the last 2 years and proposed to be a little bit more, almost 1.2 million for next year?
So there was an ordinance that was adopted. The year escapes me, but there is an ordinance to add a 10% technology fee to each permit that's issued. So what you're seeing there is a collection of historical 10% on each permit on an annual basis that now we're at $1 million. Now we have been muddling around the possibility of, there's a lot of new technologies coming out. It's still very fresh and foreign, typically specifically like AI technology, but we're still waiting till that rolls out. And then the state has to actually allow us to use AI technology for plan reviews and plan reading. That's just one example of the technology. One of the things that we just did this year was, in lieu of State Bill 180, we've had to make the building department 40-hour work week as whenever there's an emergency that happens. So we did purchase laptops and things to have a mobile office as well too. But that's just one of those things that are in there that is part of an ordinance that was adopted by a previous council, and it's a 10% cut that gets cut off of every permit.
Okay, thank you, Dan. So
And Councilmember, let me make one more point, specifically about the building fund. You know, governmental accounting is different than private sector accounting. So we have fund accounting, and some of the funds have more restrictions than others. The building fund, which is an enterprise fund, that means it's self-sufficient. The permit fees that come in, you know, stand up and they maintain that operation of the whole building department. You cannot take money from the building fund and use it for other operations like stormwater or general operations or parks or anything else. It has to stay within the
is that because of the way we broke down our
state statute.
That's state statute.
If I can actually just get a quick clarification on something? On this, I understand everything you just said, Mr. Manager.
Can I just finish the thought before
Sure.
you jump in?
Oh, dang, you took a while.
Well, I just, okay, so $1.2 million has been sitting there for 3 or 4 years, and I guess state statute doesn't allow us to take that. Room for opportunity there, I think, right? So we need, yeah, that fee is the fee we put on ourselves.
It's a town ordinance that was adopted, and again, the year escapes me, but it was something.
We'll find it.
So let me ask you, let me just ask you a second. The AI improvements and everything you plan to make, is there a plan that you've turned in with a budget and a timeline of what you propose when it comes to improvements in our technology with a budget that is anywhere near almost $1.2 million?
No, we haven't gotten to that point. I mean, again, all that technology is new, it's preliminary. There's a lot of other states that are starting to look into that, but it's just something sitting there. And I think just to Councilwoman Ronald's point, there is an opportunity here that if this council decides
100% there's an opportunity. In fact, that I'm suggesting that right now, guys. We can cut that out immediately. You have 1.8 million to work with. And is this fund in a interest-bearing bond? Is there any way to move this to get a little bit more interest on this $1.2 million?
Again, all our funds are pooled, so we have pooled cash.
Okay.
And it still earns interest. This fund does earn interest.
Do you know, is it 1%, 2%, 3%? Do we know? And there's nowhere we can isolate this, because it's a lot of money.
The average interest rate is anywhere between 4%, approximately 4% is the average interest rate. But all these funds, whenever we receive interest, which is monthly, the interest is allocated to each fund based on the fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
We
Now-
have hyper-conservative investments.
Sure.
Money market, CDs, nothing more sexy than that.
Okay.
And we have a staggering, some CDs for 3 months, some for 6 months, so depending on our cash flow demands.
Okay. And now, this is the biggest number I saw, but if there's any, I'm going to look at this again, but if there's any carry forward fund balances for any department that is just sitting there and we're still collecting a fee for, and we have plenty enough to, I would suggest, again, I'm going to get more detail this, but if there is, I'm going to suggest stopping those fees, because especially if we have, and I'm not saying, I think this is the biggest one. I haven't seen anything anywhere near this big, but I'm just going to go look again while we're talking here. So there's state statute. There's no getting around that. There's nothing we can do with that except for, is there anything we can replenish this and lower the budget of the building department, but use this to, that the money we already have to pay for salaries or pay for other things that, it has to be technology?
I didn't understand the questions, and I don't think they did either.
Yeah,
Can
the
you rephrase it?
permit fee maintains the general operations of the building department, and
That's all building. It can't go anywhere else.
correct. And then on top of every permit fee, there's a little extra that is for the technology, for building department technology. And that's what has accumulated over like Danny explained, over
But
several
does the
years.
ordinance
Has
that
it ever-
created that fee require that it go to technology? I think that's what he's
Correct.
asking.
But I suspect that what we can do is modify the ordinance to prospectively. In other words, quit charging that technology percentage, but I don't believe that there's anything we can do. This accumulation, we can now, I don't believe that we can redistribute it to the general fund or some other operation. Because it's already in the building department.
Okay, I'd like to talk, we don't have the town attorney here, but I'd love to ask him a question about how far we can push the state statute. But I'll hold my close, and I know my colleagues have questions.
Well, I'm right on point on that issue, so that's why I wanted to stay on point. The state statute says you can only use the building permits for building code, building activities, right? That's why that's limited. The funds from that building generates has to stay in building.
That's correct.
But
It's a special revenue fund. It's an
Right.
enterprise.
But like your code enforcement department,
General
who-
fund.
General fund.
But who goes out and says, I'm permitted to work? Code enforcement or building?
Code enforcement, both. So it's a team issue, but the way that our code is written is anybody could identify a violation, but it
Right.
has to be initiated by a code enforcement
Right,
officer.
but the statute allows you to use funds to violate the building code. Unpermitted work is a violation of the building code. So why can't we have some sort of transfer of funds from building to go to code? Because the statute's very clear. It's to regulate the Florida building code.
But it would be, remember, keep in mind, code enforcement doesn't just regulate the building code.
Oh, I know they don't regulate
They regulate
everything.
also the land development code.
No, I
and we're
get
willing
that.
to explore that, but I think that goes more into accounting principles and practices.
Correct.
So we would have to identify a percentage of how
Exactly.
many violations are for building.
Right.
And then based on that percentage, possibly fund the code enforcement
I
officer.
think so. I mean,
Yeah.
the statute allows you to use it to enforce the Florida building code.
Correct.
Your code inspectors that don't get any money from building go out there and enforce the Florida building code. So we should use some of this money that building's generating and piling up to pay for code that's going out there to enforce the Florida building code. I think that's, I mean, we'll talk to legal, but I think it's a completely permissible use. And we can generate it based exactly how you said. How many violations? How much do the code enforcement officers cost? How much does the department cost?
But keep in mind, whatever revenues generated from those violations would have to come back to the building department then.
Okay.
So it's not really
I mean,
as-
we'll look at the math, but I still think there's an opportunity there.
But
Or
is
even an opportunity to hire another code enforcement just for the building. I mean, all I'm saying is get creative with buildings making money. You got, your department's doing great. I've had multiple people come up to me, have issues with not issues, go to the building department. I personally did it for my door and window. It's been good, but there's a opportunity there to use that money for something else legally, because we have this state statute that's restricted, but let's get creative to fund another department that does the work for a building, right? That's all I'm saying.
I had the exact same question because that's how I interpreted it. I saw it as it's restricted to enforcing the Florida Building Code, so we should be able to use it to fund the operations of the building department and the code enforcement, which same thing. The other part that I wanted to ask though is, if I understood it correctly, there's a permit fee, and then there's a tech fee that's tacked on. This tech fee is the subject we're talking about. I understand that the general permit fee, the revenues from the permit fees are definitely locked up to the building department or code enforcement. I lose track. But the tech fee. But the tech fee, it being a tech fee and not necessarily a building fee, is there a chance that when I looked at the statute, I wasn't looking for that? So I'm just asking if off the top of your head, is there something that specifies that the tech fee itself has to go back into the building department, or maybe the tech fee is not necessarily the same as the permit fee and it can be used for other funds?
Yeah, my understanding historically is technology fee to support building department functions. Now, I know that we're going to be taking a deeper look into it to see, because there's a discussion if it was an actual ordinance and or if it's actually a state statute requirement where building departments have to collect this technology fee. So that's something that we have to iron out, and we'll get back to you on that. But I know that my understanding is that it's technology fees to support building functions.
The other question I had is, Has the trend on building fees been stable throughout the last, let's just say, 3 to 4 years? And then has it gone up or down in this current fiscal year?
I'm going to leave that up to the budget experts.
And I'll tell you why I'm asking.
Give me a minute.
While she looks for that, I'll say the reason I'm asking is because I know that one of our largest landowner has been actively redeveloping a lot of their properties and developing new properties. So I'm trying to figure out whether this permit fee, because I like the councilwoman's suggestion of just wipe it out. But at the same time, if this is going to have little to no effect on most residents and really it's going to have effect primarily on developers, then I really don't mind keeping it around. If, again, still the if we can apply it to reducing the overall millage.
But I think she was talking about the technology fee, not permitting fees.
Sorry, I did mean I meant the
Okay, just wanted to
tech fee.
clarify.
I'm the one that misspoke.
So you're asking about
Yes.
the tech fee or the permit fee?
Yeah, I'm asking about both, but because
So
I mean,
the
if
permit
one,
fee
I
for
feel like
the-
they go up and down together.
The permit fee average for the last 5 years has been 1.2 million.
So 120,000 in tech fees.
So
This current year is an aberration. It's projected year-end projection of the current fiscal year we're in is like 1.5. So it's a hiccup
yeah, so
because of some of the developments, the
I'll-
large commercial or multifamily developments.
I'll give a better breakdown, I guess. So in 2020, it was 1.3. In 21, it was 1.7. In 22, it was 1.2. In 23, it was 1.4. Last fiscal year was 1.3. So the average is 1.2 from those 5 years.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So just to piggyback a little and take it to the next level on Councilman Hertzberg's question about the code enforcement officers of violations. So I understand that state violations stay within the building department. But if those same officers are giving violations based on our Miami Lakes code, shouldn't those funds come and get out of the building department and come to the general fund?
So that's where it gets a little dicey and tricky, and that's where we have to evaluate what is the percentage of our code officers issuing and enforcing Florida building code. Because I want to
Versus
say just off
Miami.
the top of my head, it'll probably be 10 or 15%. Because we also have property maintenance, we got dirty roofs, we got grass, we got a lot of land development code issues that probably take the bulk of our violations. And yeah, the Florida building code does get addressed, but it's going to get very tricky of how we could forecast and identify that, because as the managers alluded to, I mean, hopefully as more of our residents get educated on what code enforcement is and what you can and cannot do, less and less revenue is going to come in on that end. So it's tricky. We would have to probably go back to a last 5-year trend of how much of our violations were specific to the Florida building code and provide you guys with that response. And then based on that, it's going to be hard, because keep in mind that as we get audited, one of those things that get audited is the funds that are being utilized for the building department and how they're being commingled with the other accounts. So it could put us in a very precarious situation. So that's why we got to tread lightly when it comes to that type of.
Right.
Through
And
the
once
chair.
we get deeper,
Oh, sorry, sir.
and once we get deeper into the budget, we're going to see that some of the staff, portion of their salary comes from one place for the same staff member, and a portion comes from another place. At that point, if we see that 15%, just to give a number, is coming from state violations, then can't we appropriate 15% from the building budget into, so that way we can?
Yeah, I don't see any issues. I mean, obviously, we'll need legal concurrency, and then, again, a year by year, it'll be on the, and again, I may be speaking out of turn here for Kay and her team, but there's something that we have to keep an eye on. Because we got to make sure that whatever percentage is being utilized in the general fund from a building standpoint is not getting audited later and say, hey, you guys used too much.
Right. Okay.
And obviously, that's a moving target year over year, because the percentage will change.
That's correct.
Yeah. I'm going to look over to my right. Councilman Hertzberg, you want to go next as far as whatever questions you may have or points that you'd like to make?
I mean, so, Mayor, let me know, I got a good briefing with staff today for 2.5 hours, so a lot of those questions have been asked. I have a few line items I have questions on that we discussed. I know that we're looking for some answers. I don't, if you want me to bring those up now, or you want to wait?
I would say now is the time. And
Okay.
again, sometimes it's good to have these questions brought out
Right.
here as well
Agreed.
in the sunshine, so that our
Right.
residents can also have the benefit of those conversations and better understand, where we're headed.
Got it. So there is about $300,000 in costs that I am been looking at that I really want to try to avoid. And one of them is a little difficult because we know some of the people that are involved, and it is a service, but I don't believe it's a service that we should partake in. But we are looking for answers, though, if we remove it. So the first thing is the crossing guards. We spend $105,000 because the county does pay us $35,000. But it's around $105,000 cost for us to employ crossing guards. Crossing guards are provided by the county in other schools. My daughter goes to the PSN. There's crossing guards there. There's 2 or 3. Miami-Dade, when you see the supervisor, Miami-Dade County gives, not even the school board, Miami-Dade County gives the crossing guards. At least that's what the cars say. I assume they are. So this is like our taxpayers subsidizing the county. So it's like a double taxation almost. That's $105,000. But I know we spoke to staff and we're looking for answers. Is this why that happened? And then if we get rid of them, does that mean the county's going to charge us? I mean, so those are some of the
we did a little bit of research, and Tony, I'll ask you if you don't mind coming up and the little research that we did quickly this afternoon. There's 2 other cities in the county that are that use by contract the Miami-Dade Police, and they, I think, well, I don't want to take Tony's thunder, but they use county crossing guards and they pay for it. So the crossing guards that you have in PSN, since it's unincorporated, I believe that is all paid from the UMSA, the unincorporated pot of the county tax. But Tony, go ahead and tell them the things that you were able to find from the other cities.
So good evening, Tony Lopez, Deputy Town Manager. So basically in speaking, I spoke to the city manager of Cutler Bay. They are operating as we used to, which is under the police agreement that they have with Miami-Dade County, or now the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office has a division in which they have the school crossing guard program. So under that agreement, Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office is providing these services. Within that agreement, in the language, it states that they provide school crossing guard services for all unincorporated areas and municipalities that have a contract with them. So that's the current status of the provision.
Can I ask a related question on that? Does the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office set the rates on the crossing guards, or is it us setting those rates?
No, it would be very similar to the rates with our police department. You have school crossing guards who are making X rate. They've been there 10 years. That is the direct cost passed on. So.
What about, I think it was Ms. Colin that mentioned, it might have been somebody else, that there was a time, you've been here pretty much longer than anyone, that there was a time when the crossing guards were like volunteers. Do you recall anything like that?
Not to my recollection.
And to answer one part of the first thing that you said, my understanding was that it was nothing like what was just said. What I was originally told was that this was almost done like a program to give the seniors something to do. A very generous act of the town of creating something that didn't exist just for the sake of giving the seniors a little job, a way of making a little bit of money, which is a great thing. But when we're trying to cut down, number one, it doesn't sound very voluntary to me when we start talking about the sheriff's office setting the rate as opposed to us, and us not being able to say, hey, you know what, we're going to reduce it this year. Are we allowed to reduce maybe the number of crossing guards? So maybe instead of 4, 1 at every single corner of an intersection, we have two, one who goes to the middle of the street and stops the entire street, rather than having two of them. Are we allowed to do that?
We have control of the program,
We have control over the program.
the
Except,
operation of the program.
except how much we pay each individual card?
Well, we set the rates currently under our control. We don't use the county. So we operate the school crossing guard program.
Oh, so we do set the rates?
Correct.
Okay, I heard that we did.
There are employees.
And then, are we allowed to, how do I put it? What would be the consequence? And I'm not in favor of this, but I'm just trying to set up a hypothetical. What if we just completely defunded the project and there were no crossing guards? Is there something that requires us to have crossing guards? Is there a state statute, county rule, anything like that that forces us to do it?
I don't know. We'd have, because we know
I'm
what
not trying to defund it.
the other city that has, county, sheriff's office, law enforcement under contract, what they do. But I don't know, like a city like, for instance, Hialeah or the city of Miami, do they have an option? Can they elect to have or not have crossing guards? We don't know that answer, if it's statutorily mandated or not.
I don't know. I mean, I went to HML and I don't think I ever saw a crossing guard. in
No,
my
no,
life.
it'd be for the lower, the smaller grades,
They
the
didn't care
smaller
about us on
class.
that side of the bridge.
The elementary and K through 8.
I'm joking, by the way. Dundi and all you guys over there.
Through the chair,
May I
may
just
may I
make,
just,
make
go
a
ahead.
comment?
Go-
Let me make a comment real quick. We talked, and that's where public safety is, I'm gonna add that to where I'm not gonna be in favor of cutting. So that, just
Yeah,
wanna
guys, through the chair, our crossing guards aren't just employees. These are, I mean, Gary and they put their heart and soul into it, and I know we're looking at different things, but the kids know them by name, the parents know them by name, they've been in this community for decades. I think it's one of the things that makes Miami Lakes great, so I'll do whatever I have to do, but we can look into it, but I don't see us.
Right, I just want to
don't see us,
understand
yeah.
why we're paying for it, and so if we got
Sure.
rid of them, then the county, then we would have to pay the sheriff. That's what you're basically saying. If we wanted crossing guards, we can get rid of it, then we have to pay the sheriff, right?
No. If we wanted a school crossing guard program that was not operated by the town, we have the option to contract with the sheriff's office to provide those services. Or there's also external vendors, such as contractors, that also provide those services.
Got it. That was the
Cool.
answer.
Just to add on to choices, right, we need choices here. Could we make sure in the RFP process that they hire our crossing guards from the town? Is that something we can, if there's savings involved, but we have the same, which again, I don't see the savings because they'll probably.
Yeah, they would just pay if we did that, they would just pay, and
What-
there were savings involved, it's because they were
They
gonna
are
pay our
lowering-
crossing guards less.
Yeah, so, and so if we're subject to the sheriff, they, they can increase what they're asking every year, like they're doing now. Okay, thank you.
Is the increase from our year-end projection on the crossing guards of 106, is the increase to 119 based on the, what did we say, 3% COLA, or is that based on something else? Hi. Is the increase on the crossing guards, is the increase to the regular salaries line item, which the year-end projection is 106, and now we're looking at 119, is that just the 3% COLA, or is that something else?
It's not just the 3% COLA, it's the
Stipend?
CPI? Oh, the minimum wage.
Thank you, I couldn't think for a moment. It's the minimum.
Okay, it's the minimum wage.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Okay,
get
that's what I wanted to know, just how we got there. So that's increasing to meet minimum wage with the same number of employees?
Correct.
Got it, okay. Anything else on this subject?
Not on this subject. I go to
Alright, go on.
the next one that I want to discuss is I think we budgeted $100,000 for the strategic plan
Oh.
in there.
Yeah.
I got some comments.
I've been talking about that strategic plan for, I think, ever since we got on here.
Can you remind me what page it's on?
It's probably an admin.
If you have it.
In
Yeah, I
that,
think
it's an administration under
Admin, right?
professional services.
I mean, all I'm saying is, if we're even considering raising taxes, I'm not going to raise taxes to pay for a strategic plan. That's all. I think we could figure it out. If there's money, we can look at it and then carry it forward. I don't think we need to spend $100,000 at all. I think I keep saying this for a lot of stuff. I think we have enough brain power in town that we can figure it out. I don't know why we need to hire some consultant to tell us how to run our town, right? So that's something I want to get your guys on. That's 100,000 savings right there. I mean, none of us actually. I don't believe any of us have been part of a strategic plan, including the mayor. So, but any comments on that?
Yeah. So go ahead.
I agree with you. I would, if we were going to cut, I think that we could start there.
Yeah, when I saw that line item, I reached out to former elected officials that were in our same positions at at that juncture of the strategic plan, and they told me what happened back then. And when I told them the price tag of $100,000, they almost fell out of their chairs. They spent less than $10,000, and Mr. Lopez was a part of that. You were assistant town manager at the time, no? Or you were part of the staff during that time, right? And there are ways of getting that number down, way lower than $100,000. But does anybody have anything else to say? Because I have a very important question coming.
On this item?
No.
No, like on.
I mean,
I'll ask the question that I wanted to ask. Well, I have a question on this specific item. This thing, the strategic plan, is the 100,000. Where's the number coming from? Are we assuming one consultant?
We surveyed cities about the same size as us, and that's what they have paid. The last time that we did this, we did like at the midway mark, right? Because we had the 2015 to 2025 strategic plan, and at the halfway mark, we did an update. We actually did a year late in actually a year or two late, 21, I think it was. We surveyed other cities that have done a strategic plan for a new version of a strategic plan, not just an update, and this is the range that they paid for that.
But my question is the 100,000 going to pay for like one consultant, or is that like to pay for several things? Like one is a consultant, another one is marketing, a planner. I don't know. I'm just trying to get a gist, because this brings up a point that I brought up in the past with, I brought it up just now with the amended budget in April. If it is a single consultant, one thing I don't like doing is...
It's for a firm. It wouldn't be just for one single person to knock out a strategic plan.
But it would be a single firm.
A firm.
Yeah. So
with multiple people involved in the process.
So anytime we have something where it's something that we're likely going to have to send out to bid, and it's a single line item for a specific project, I always cringe a little bit when I see it on the budget as a single
so that they don't
line
bid
item,
up to the number?
because the bidders know how much you budgeted. And if you budget 100 grand, guess what the bids are going to come in at? Whereas if maybe we budget it at 25 and then let it come in at the proper market rate, and then we'll figure out either from contingencies or from somewhere else to fund it, or we'll say, you know what, we don't need all the bells and whistles in that consultant's plan. Let's send it out for bid at a lower plan. But it's the same thing that happened with the compensation study, the energy resilience sustainability study, and the other study, where I said, you know what, hey, let's at least bundle them together so that the contractors who are bidding don't know how much the town is willing to put forward for it, and then you just basically set the goalpost for them. You're basically putting the cart before the horse, in my opinion. And just hearing that it is, in fact, one firm makes me definitely want to bring that number down.
Through the chair, and that's a great point. I know we spoke about this yesterday in our meeting, Mr. Manager, about putting things to RFP and then them artificially inflating cost a little bit, when and this makes perfect sense. Is there anybody here that is is there any consultant that's gonna say, if we only budget 25,000, let's say we save 75,000 on the budget, no, 25, I don't want $25,000, so I'm not gonna do the job. I mean, someone's gonna take the job, someone's gonna want that $25,000, so if we can hide these line items as much as possible and put them in general line items, especially for projects that we wanna fund, in, of course, following the law and following the process and following as much as possible to try to, again, what the Vice Mayor said, try to make sure that they're not, you know, cheating the process. That's something we need to do for everything that we bid out, for all our contracts. And it's just a common sense move. We need to play defense when it comes to that. Anything that is legal for us to do, we need to take it to that line to make sure we're saving that. So thank you for bringing that up.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia, your comment is on this issue of the strategic plan? Perfect. Go ahead.
On the studies, here comes that word again, studies. We need to study, to do studies, to do studies. We have great universities in this state. All we got to do is go to the university and find us somebody that could do those studies at a very reduced rate or a Zippo. I'm willing to bet you that I can go to that university and find you people that could do those studies for you at no cost. Some of you might come and say, well, what's the quality of that study? It'll be great. They'll be good quality. So let's be very careful of this studies to do studies to do studies. I'm not with it. I'm very confused.
Thank you, Councilman Garcia. Cuadra Garcia. Councilman Herzberg, you had another item you wanted to bring up?
I have a few more, but I'll let you guys take a round. Let me try one more just to see the appetite of the council a little bit. It's a small one, but I really want to use this opportunity to understand. Might be. Well, you can tell me if it was. There's a martial arts program that the town pays for. Listen, I'm sure it's a great program. I agree. I asked staff how many of it, there's 48 participants, 20 of them are Miami Lakes residents. 8, the rest are not. So is this Miami Lakes tax dollars being used? Listen, parks are important. I don't buy the argument that if we're keeping the parks and people from other towns are coming in and using it, we're wasting money. No, for general, just neighbor society, it's good. Same way the public schools, right? I don't like the argument people say, I don't have kids, I shouldn't pay for taxes, for school tax. That's not true. But paying for a direct service like this, I think that's the type of little things that can pile up. So I want to have the discussion. If we don't want to cut it, we don't have to cut it. But there's a service that we provide for free that more than half of the people that are using this free service are not residents of the town, and the residents of the town are paying for it. So that's the type of things that we want to look into.
Thank you, Councilman Herzberg. Coming back to Councilman Sanchez.
I don't have anything to say about the karate program, but I do have, if gentlemen, we can turn to page 5 for a moment. This question will be for the town manager. There's a line on here, ICMA 457PL. First, I'm going to refer to the comments of town manager's benefits per agreement. I have the agreement in front of me, which states, as permitted by Florida statute, the town manager's sole discretion, he may elect to opt out of participation in the FRS. If the town manager elects to opt out of the FRS, the town shall make a contribution to a 401k account on behalf of the town manager, equal to the required employer contribution rate that the town would have made to the FRS in section 4.1 above. If the town manager exercises his right under section 4.2, the town manager should not be required to make a contribution. The town manager has decided not to participate in FRS. We make a deposit into the 401k account. Currently, the rate for FRS is 14.3% of the salary. Mr. Manager, the current rate that you're receiving is at least for this year, was $78,132. 14.03% of your salary for next year is $31,846. Can you explain the difference between 78,000 and 31,000?
The rate that you quote is for general employees. I fall into a category, if I was an FRS, I would fall into the category of senior managerial.
And what is the current rate for that?
This is the appropriate, whatever it is. I don't remember exactly what but it's.
Well, because we have rates for all the other employees
Yes.
that are on FRS, but not for you. So we have to go off the information on this document that states 14.03%.
Kate, do you know what the rate is for FRS for the senior managerial? It's like 31% or something like that.
31%?
Yeah, 29, in the high 20s or low 30s, somewhere in
Okay.
there.
No, because I see that
But
difference.
it's,
I'm like,
it's,
this
and
number that's missing here.
yeah, and it's established by state, by the legislature.
Okay.
For the entire category, it's not for Eddie Peterman's rate.
Okay.
It's for everybody in the state that's in the senior managerial class.
So if I may ask for future reference, can we have those percentages included in the budget so we don't assume based on the other numbers, but through deductive reasoning, that the FRS contribution is the same across the board?
Yeah, that's an easy one.
All right, thank you.
Hang on, I want to understand or unpack what you just said. We're on page 5, town administration.
Yes.
There's a line item that says FRS retirement contribution, and then there's another one underneath it that says ICMA 457 PL.
Yes, that is.
What
the
you're
town
saying
manager.
is, yes, that second one is the town managers.
33.2.
The one above, I'm just trying to find out that $163,000 line item, is that the FRS contribution for all of the employees
Everybody who
covered?
falls under town administration.
Correct. The ones that are paid under the 1.396
Correct.
million in regular salaries?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that at least they were separated. But I do agree with the councilman's comments as I always say, more information is better than less, just so that we can distinguish and know what those rates are. Alrighty, Councilman Sanchez, did you have something else?
Yes. With regards to the travel and per diem so on the next page.
Now you're taking my item.
The fourth item down, travel and per diem, $15,000 allocated for next year. I would like to see that fund is used specifically for required training as mandated by the state, the county, and certification agencies such as ICMA, SHRM, whatever the case may be, to keep those certifications in order to bring that amount to a lower amount. And preferably if those services and those trainings could be done online. I know from experience, because of certifications that I have, my wife have, that 99% of certification trainings, hourly trainings that you need to maintain those are available online because not everyone has the opportunity to travel to take those extended periods of time and take that. So I would see that amount at a lower amount for required trainings only. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that.
I'm speaking for myself. I don't have an issue with that, especially for this year. Obviously, there is a benefit though for them to go in person to learn from other managers directly.
Yeah.
For example, when the manager and I went up in February to Tallahassee to meet with our legislators on our budget priorities, we were invited right then and there to join the Tax Collectors Association at an event. And it was there that we learned actually that the 2% that our tax collector wanted to charge at the time was not necessary or required. And sometimes those are things that you only really pick up when you're actually interacting with people. But I think for this year especially, I agree that we need to keep it to essential travel, and I think the same goes for our travel.
My comment on this is I actually want to slash all travel. Council, mayor, towns, staff, everyone, except our code enforcement officers who are on the road and need reimbursement, obviously, because they're using their vehicles. That I understand. But other than that, I do think travel and per diem as a general line item needs to be completely eliminated. And I always think back to a lot of us that are up here actually went on that trip, the blasting trip to Tallahassee. You were on it. At that time, there was zero budget. Remember, Councilwoman Ruano, there was zero budget allocated to the Blasting Advisory Board, and I believe zero to travel in general. What did the council do? The council felt that it was an important enough issue that it needed to send the Blasting Advisory Board up, and it They brought it before the public body, before the public, they had an open vote on it, and then everyone went. So I think the best way of limiting it to essential travels, which I agree, right? I do think that there are essential travels, and I think it's a great thing that you and the manager had that experience. But I think that it should come here and be approved, and we'll allocate the money from elsewhere in order to fund those trips.
As far as for the council travel, we've done that in the past where, if I recall correctly, we did eliminate all council travel. I think we maybe one year left a little bit for the mayor, because obviously the mayor is required to, you know, as the face of intergovernmental relations, that person is required to travel more. But I think there was even a point where we did eliminate all council travel, and just as these things came up, the request is made, as you mentioned. So yeah, so that's been done. Yeah, what I'm trying to say, that's been done, yeah.
Through the mayor?
Councilman Fernandez.
I would agree with that. I would be willing to do that. In fact, I would be willing to cut our CPI as well. The added, what we're gonna be earning in addition to what our stipend is now, I'd be willing to forego that.
To the attorney, I remember in the past there was discussion of cutting that, but you had mentioned that the charter prohibits reducing compensation. Does that apply though to the CPI, or solely to cutting the stipend and the other benefits that are currently in place? Because obviously the CPI is an increase. It's not necessarily.
Correct. I believe that the CPI was adopted by ordinance, if I'm not mistaken. If you give me a minute, I can double check. But as far as the compensation is concerned, that is set by the charter. I'll double check that for you.
Yeah, but again, I just want to make sure that that is, you know, because you had raised it before. I remember, I forgot, I don't know if it was last budget year or not, but I just want to make sure that there's no conflict there. So, but yeah, if you can get back to us for the first budget hearing,
In
that
the
would be
charter,
great.
as far as compensation and reimbursement of expenses, as far as the CPI, I believe that was set by ordinance. I can double check that for you.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, double check it and come back to us when we meet next with that answer.
I wanted to add,
I
just to
mean-
be clear, if it is set by ordinance, am I understanding that we may remove it from?
I think they need to, well.
I'm reading the charter right now,
Uh-huh.
and it says the payment shall be increased but not decreased annually in an amount equal to the percentage increase, if any, in the consumer price index. That's
Correct.
in the
So
charter.
the CPI is also in the charter.
We can't amend the charter.
Yeah, so that's that. And what I would say is that even if we were to do away with it for 1 year, you know, keep in mind that while we're blessed, you know, there could be others that want to serve in the future that aren't as fortunate. I mean, there was a time where we had a literal electrician as a mayor, and we had other more working class trades up here. You know, so just be mindful of that, you know, of what future council members may need. But obviously, thankfully, I believe every one of us up here, you know, do pretty well. Okay, who's next? What was Councilman Garcia that was next, or?
I mean,
I just
we're
want-
kinda just
No, I get it. but
We
I
just wanted to add
I
something
just want to make sure everybody has had a chance to opine on these funds.
Just really quick on that. As far as iPads and cell phones, iPads and cell phones, I think I know it's a small cut, but I'd be willing to forego my town cell phone or my town iPhone. I think we all have, unless that's an issue with the town attorney, that we have to conduct our business through our cell phones.
But that's how I prefer to do it. I don't,
Oh, okay.
as I understand it, and like I know Councilman Collazo and plenty others would conduct the business on their personal phones, and they continue to do it that way.
Okay.
For myself, especially me being an attorney, I personally tend to separate them as much as possible, and I use my iPad for all my town emails and
Okay.
my research.
There is a
So I
danger.
think voluntarily, we can choose to forego that.
Okay, so I would forego mine, and anybody else?
So,
If I
I'll
could make
say
just
that
no, go ahead.
I forgoed mine. I don't, is forgoed a word?
I just wanna make it
I
clear-
refuse to use the word forwent. That's a weird word. I do not use a town-issued cell phone for a while, and I've actually been meaning to return it to Gina's for several months. But what I wanted to bring up related to your item is actually there was something specific to the data plan for the iPads, I think it was. I think that needs to go away completely. Everyone has an iPhone or a phone of some type that can create a personal hotspot for the 2 times in maybe an entire year that you're going to need that feature because you're not in a place that already has Wi-Fi. So I think that should completely go away. And Alexis, remind me to turn in my phone.
Mayor, I want to make just a point. The
Mr.
reason
Attorney.
why there's two phones, besides the fact that one is for your business as a council member and the other one is, well, if you have another one, right? And you probably all do, is for public records purposes. Anything that you are using as far as business-wise and communicating on your phone is and can create a public record. So in the event that a public record is requested of you, it's kind of easier and also could be less embarrassing if you have separate phones. So that's the reason for that.
But it's more of a best practice, it's not a requirement.
Correct.
Yeah. And again, I just don't want to have to deal with, if there's a public records request made, of having, to sort through a million things. It's just easier to do it on the town servers and other town-related property. Okay, I'm looking over here. Councilman Garcia, was there anything else? No. Councilman Herzberg?
No, just, again, so I think staff wants this, that if we agree on something, let's make them aware. So I agree, we should get rid of the data plans for the iPads. Personally, and that's something I brought up, I've never taken the cell phone, so when I saw 7 on the budget, it's like, well, I don't have one. Those are little details I want to make sure we get right. So, yeah, that's all I'm saying is, I think we all agree, get rid of the data plans. I don't know if we all agree on the travel, or, because we need staff to give us a better budget when we come up.
I think from the sound of it, we're all in agreement with doing away with council travel, just as needed, and it'll probably be me more than anybody else, to make that request at the appropriate time.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, just with regard to doing it on a case-by-case basis. So if one of my staff members wants to travel to a conference for, let's say, the Parks Department, what you're looking for is for us to bring that back every single time there's going to be a single person travel?
Well, yeah, my understanding is the answer is yes. However, I also think that there, at least from what I heard Councilman Sanchez stated, or Councilman Fernandez, sorry, and I kind of agree with that, is that if we know that there are certain trips that are required to maintain a certification or something like that, those I think you can budget for. You can predict those, right? They're not just optional conferences to deepen their learning. It's something that goes with the requirement for certification or for some other something, like, for example, like in your case, when you were obligated to work toward the ICMA designation.
Correct.
That you were contractually bound by that. So that's something that, in that context, you would have been able to budget for and say, council, I need to go to here, here, and here as part of that, and you could have presented that as part of your budget request.
And so what I would recommend then, any and all of the savings derived from those kinds of things then be put into a general fund contingency fund, because otherwise there's no place to go and grab extra money on a monthly basis to go and grab and say, hey, so-and-so is going to this conference.
Wouldn't it be returned to the unassigned fund balance?
Yep, but we're, right now we're setting the unassigned fund balance at 15%.
Well, again, this is my argument earlier, or my point earlier, is that, is the reserve called, is the 15%?
The fund balance, the
Yes.
fund balance at 15%.
But unassigned is everything above that 15%, right? Or undesignated, maybe that's a better word.
Right. But are we?
I'm sorry, Madam Finance Director, I can't hear you from there. Still. Well,
The funds can be placed in a contingency reserve account.
okay, I just, again, in my opinion, wouldn't it defeat the purpose of making that cut for purpose of the budget if we now are budgeting it back as part of another line item?
But, so that was my point. So if what we're doing these cuts with the intent of reducing some revenue stream, whether it's the millage or the FPL franchise fee or whatever, then there is no extra fund balance. Fund balance is at 15% and that's it. There would be no extra to go and there's no piggy bank to go draw from, other than what's mandated by the ordinance.
Got it, okay, yeah. Okay.
Unless we set it aside in a contingency fund to be able to make those transfers on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, yeah, no, okay, now I understand what you're proposing.
Mr. Mayor, on this point.
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. When we went up to Tallahassee in 2022, we didn't have a budget.
It was funded in the mid-year budget amendment, the carry-forward amendment.
I don't know. We
Yeah.
came to a council hearing and they said, yeah, you got, I remember exactly. Yeah, there'll be enough funds and there's enough money there, don't worry, and we move forward. And we're talking about
There may
$2,000
have been excess
$3,000
funds in administrations.
somewhere, right? I
Yeah.
mean, there's usually always some excess
And
funds
another
somewhere
year,
for travel.
another year, the council authorized it when there was no budget, and it was like and then in the following month, we just overspent the account, and then we reimbursed the account with the carry forward amendment. So it's always it's got to grab from somewhere. It's not
Right, but I mean, I feel like just putting that money into contingency, you're right, there's no savings. But if somebody comes up, the mayor comes up, hey, you know, it's before a session, I'm gonna make a trip to Tallahassee, I think we all agree that's something the mayor needs to do. Okay, how much it cost? $1,500, okay, I mean, the money's gonna be there. It would,
we'd have to, something else would have to be reduced. There is no magic, pot of money sitting there. And it also kind of defeats the concept of budgeting, right? What we're doing is kind of putting before you only those travels, and then we approve them at the beginning of the year, and then we move forward. So if you want a better detailed explanation, and then you guys can decide, okay, this one's good, that one, but we should do that up front at the beginning of the year and establish the budget for the year, so we don't have that cumbersome process of, on a monthly basis, coming back. So, I mean.
Well, to the
We
council.
can show you because these numbers that are in here were developed by staff request. They say that they want to, requesting to attend a
Right,
certain conference
but
or what have you.
that's what I wanted to have, is where these numbers come from, right? I don't know where the $15,000 in the travel come from. I
Right.
just have it here and that's it. I don't, what staff members have sent what emails or whatever. That's
We
what I
could-
want to see.
With travel, we can provide that with no problem.
but
We can
can
email
you
that
throw
to
it
you so you can
into-
see exactly which are the conferences that are being used to build. This is zero base, right? We're starting from zero and we're building up from the bottom up. We're not just doing incremental budgeting coming from the previous year and just putting on an inflationary factor. Especially for travel and per diem, we're using an incremental from the bottom up process.
Through the manager to the budget director, can you please include in the budget comments in the next update to this, the breakdown of which conferences that accounts for? Thank you.
Through the chair.
The vice mayor.
Thank you. All right, I have a couple items I want to hit on. First and foremost, the special taxing districts, just a note for correction, every single special taxing district, including the two lake districts, incorrectly has it has two lines that need to be adjusted. Freight and postage is one line, and then the other one is general advertisements. All of them are based on 6 meetings, which is, in the past, we now have, actually, I don't even know if we need that item at all, because we just have council workshops with them, so I don't even know that we need a general advertising budget, but at least for now, for the first budget hearing, let's just have it at 4 meetings.
If I may, to address the money where it came from for travel.
You may.
What was utilized for that, I was checking while you all were discussing, what was utilized to be able to fund that was money that we had saved from the election costs that we didn't have to do a runoff. So the savings from not having to do a runoff election in this is what was utilized to be able to fund the travel for.
No.
And then now to address you, sorry, sir.
Thank you. Do you want me to repeat it?
Let me get to it in a moment,
Sure.
please.
It's the special taxing district budgets.
Oh, that you were saying about the meetings. So when I spoke to the liaison, the mind frame was you're supposed to meet quarterly, so that would be 4 meetings, and then 2 additional meetings just to discuss budget.
But I guess my question is.
I will change it to whatever
Well,
the.
no, but my question is, those are meetings that the council is hosting for all of them, and they are advertised as workshops, as formerly NSD, now Special Taxing District workshops by the council. I don't think that they're subject to, and maybe, the town attorney can correct me if maybe there's something I'm missing here, if there's some sort of county or state rule that requires us to, but I don't think this is saying general advertising the way that the town clerk posts the general advertising for council meetings, which is subject to state law and has to be posted by a certain date. I don't think that that's the case for these quarterly NSD workshops.
Well, they are posted.
Correct.
In the newspaper, just like our council meetings are posted.
Alright.
And the reasoning behind that is because our residents have made it a point to say that they want to make sure that things are properly publicated of when we're going to have meetings.
Okay.
But,
Again-
Vice Mayor,
Yeah.
the workshops, they send out postcards. They have sent out postcards at least twice in the this fiscal year. And each one, postcards we know, right, they're like, they've actually gone up. They're like 60 cents, no, I think they're up to 60 now. So,
73.
that's 60 cents per house, so that's 60 cents for 800 something in section one,
73.
60
Yeah,
for 73 now, wow. Gee, it was 58 just last year during the campaign. So, that's what it's there. I do believe that the STD also does at least once a year send out the budget, right? So that's where some of that's there. I mean, I agree, we definitely don't need 6, we can figure something out to lower it, but that's where some of that
I
money
guess
goes.
if we ever do the screens.
I
that we
would love to
discussed,
do the screens, but
if we ever do.
But I'm afraid that it's gonna be a capital improvement, and so I would love to do the screens, and we would remove that whole entire line item.
I was gonna say, eventually it would be a long-term saving, but all right, aside from that point, because I'm gonna try to quick hit these. Coaching, the amount for coaches, background checks, and I'm not even gonna try to find it, there's I think 2 line items on this.
It's under the Parks Administration section.
Parks Administration, thank you.
7207.
Let me run over there. Information, transfers, town attorney, code compliance. We have too many departments. Okay. You keep saying that as though I have the Excel. Okay, so coaches' background checks, and then we also have check certification clinic. So for the first line item, coach's background check, the year-end projection is 5,000. The 25-26 proposed in this budget is 12,554. Now, you did explain to me that apparently there's a new state law that requires level 2 background screenings. On the second item, check certification clinic, certification provided by National Alliance of Youth Coaches. That one is going up $400 from $1,400 to $1,800. Why are we even paying for this in the first place? Someone tell me, does the Optimist Club pay to use our fields under the agreement with Optimist? Do they pay for it, or do we give that to them for free? To use our fields, the Optimist Club.
Jeremy, you're online.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council. Can you guys hear me?
Jeremy comes from
Yes.
the heavens. I had no idea you
Yes.
existed in this meeting, sir. We would have been asking questions straight at you. We have a lot for you.
Jeremy Bragdon, Director of Parks and Recreation. Yes, under the agreement with the Optimist Club of Miami Lakes, they do pay a per participant fee to the town. It's $5 per participant.
Okay. Is it not, and I'm directing this to my colleagues here, I'm a big supporter of the Optimist program and the great work that they do for our youth and for youth in the town as well as the youth outside of the town. Why are we paying for their coaches?
Right, that was my question, that was the question, so I don't think we should be. But these background checks, are these town of Miami Lakes coaches? Or is this primarily Optimist coaches at the at MLOP? Or all of it? I mean, if I can get that answer.
Miami Lakes doesn't have any coaches, so they're all either the
so
soccer.
so like we have like a dance instructor. That doesn't account.
We would do that at in hiring. We'd be part of the in hiring process.
So this is all through MLOP. I mean the Optimist.
Optimist or the soccer club.
Or the soccer club.
Yeah.
And we only charge them $5 a person? I mean, that doesn't, right, I mean, I don't, if he wants to talk, but that doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Just
Jeremy,
chiming
chime in.
So the Optimist Club's agreement stipulates a per participant fee, while the soccer club has a fixed fee rate.
Right, but the participant fee doesn't even cover background checks for their coaches. Right?
And
So
then
that's the
for
problem.
clarification on, I know the Vice Mayor brought up the change in the price, so it's pursuant to the Florida state statute requiring the level twos. We are currently paying $15 per background screening ran. The level two is going to be close to $80, but just for reference, also that amount is only anticipating the one season of the level two background screenings. Because the Florida state statute won't take effect until July 1st of 2026, this is only accounting for one season of the new requirements.
And Jeremy, once we do a level 2 background check or whatever kind of background check on a coach, and he's going to coach for multiple seasons, he doesn't have to do a background check every single time, does he?
He or she will not have to redo their fingerprints. There is a maintenance fee to maintain the fingerprints within the FDLE program to keep them in the cycle. After 5 years, they would have to go ahead and we would have to repay the payment for the taking in of the finger screening.
Right, but you just said, I need to get some clarity on the agreement of Optimus. Optimus, the town charges Optimus $5 per participant of each sport, right?
Correct.
Okay, got it. And in the past, I get it, obviously it's not the one-to-one, but each background check was $15, and now it's going to be $80.
Right, but that's
Correct.
a coach who's coaching a
right,
team of
a
maybe
team of 10 or whatever,
15 or 20. Yeah.
right. Understood.
One time. Next season,
Well,
that
there's
same coach
still
comes
a
back.
cost,
Yeah.
but yeah, okay.
Well, this has been, just so you know, Councilman, a bone of contention for myself and the councilwoman and Councilman Collazo previously for a long time.
I guess I'll take a look at the MLOP, the agreement.
Alrighty,
but, yeah, go ahead.
If no one has anything further to add on the MLOP thing, I'll just move on. I think I get a sense from the council of where everyone feels. But unfortunately, I am going to stick in MLOP, but on something else. I think it was Ms. Lucis that brought it up. And there's an increase in the maintenance to MLOP. And I guess my point of curiosity is, did we change contractors recently on the, I think it's the maintenance grounds or one of those contracts on MLOP? Did we change contracts?
It may have been renewed. Jeremy, we have the same contractor out there at MLOP, right, that we've had for several years?
It's Juniper, right?
That is correct. That is correct. That agreement was issued in 2023 for both Miami Lakes Optimus and for Royal Oaks. And the increase you're seeing isn't an increase in service. It's just the fully funded amount for the contract at all the best practices rates for mowing, fertilization, and so forth. So as the manager alluded to earlier in the meeting, there have been year to year for the past few years that we have not funded the contract in its entirety to the level of best maintenance practices and what agronomics would call for every single annual year.
All right, so this is gonna now bring me to the point where it's not meant to be a tangent, but it's just an observation that I've made. Mr. Manager, you provided us with this chart that has the COLA increases.
Yes, sir.
I think it had an unintended effect on me because what this chart did was remind me that 2022, 2023 was a hell of a year where we had runaway inflation in this country and here in the town. We look at this chart and we see that fiscal year 22-23, we had a CPI in the Miami-Fort Lauderdale area of 10.2%, which for me, at least in a first world country, that's runaway inflation. And we see the same in 23-24, 7.8. My reason for bringing this up is I noticed that we have a lot of contracts that are from that time. and that either have been renewed or were executed for, 3 or 5 year terms. And there's been an assumption made on this dais several times since I've been in office that, oh, if we send something out to bid, it's going to come back with higher prices. I don't necessarily agree with that sentiment anymore, having been reminded of this fact. The market is not as hot as it used to be, and supply and demand and capitalism always prevails. And I do feel that, at least, maybe not on all of them, but on many of them, there is actually an opportunity to send these things out for bid again. These that were issued at these times of insane inflation, and potentially receive better rates at the same service at better rates than what we were receiving back in 22, 23. And I'm just letting you know ahead of time, I got an item coming your way.
Yeah, and part of the reason was not only this runaway inflation. Part of the reason was a lot of these contracts rely, like I said earlier, they rely on minimum wage labor. So they have had over the last few years, and I think it's the last one is coming up this coming year. It was a series of state mandated wage increases to get to a certain minimum wage. I think it was up to $15 an hour, if I'm not mistaken. So that is also what those vendors have experienced, and that led to the increased labor costs for these contractors.
But I also just want to point out, and obviously I agree with the effort to root out illegal immigration in this country. But every report that you see out there about the construction industry, and what actually just came out today about school enrollment in Miami-Dade County that shows a steep drop, causing them to have to consider budget cuts, is that is going, the effect of that is that it's going to have an impact, at least for a short period of time, on our contracts, right? If they're going to continue to rely on that low-skilled, low-wage labor, so we just need to keep that in mind, though, too, that that's going to put even more pressure for them to have to increase prices.
I have many more items, but this is the last one that I'll bring up here, at least for now. I did want to say we are finding cuts here, very legitimate cuts, and I think we're going to continue to find cuts. There is one increase that I want to make. Sorry. We last year did not fund the senior citizen rebate. I want that restored. I want and I don't want it at 80,000. I want it at 100,000. I want to see that restarted. I have a goal that I can't really share too much. No, this is sunshine. I can share. I would love to see the senior rebate become a senior exemption. I want to see it on our trim notice. I know it's a conversation I've had with the town attorney to set up meetings with the property appraiser to see if it's even possible. That way, for those who don't know, the senior rebate, the resident pays the full tax and then receives a check in return from the town for returning a portion of their property tax. I would like it to be an exemption so that they never pay it in the first place.
So that we're saving the cost.
So that we save the cost, because right now it costs us a tremendous amount of money because we're mailing paper checks like if we were in like the 1800s. What was that?
Yeah,
and we have a huge problem. I remember my first department head meeting, I think it was with Kay, or I don't even remember who it was with, that they brought this to my attention that I think it was like 40 to 50 of them never get cashed every single year, and that's just money that these seniors could really use, as we just saw a perfect example. And now I'm going to get political and say I wish he was here to hear me say this. But I go to, I want to say just about every single senior bingo, and it's, what you said is accurate. A lot of our seniors, and as I know it is an important point that Councilman Cuadra Garcia brought up at the last council meeting, our seniors, they are on fixed incomes. To us up here, as the mayor said, we're incredibly blessed. We're, many of us, working professionals. A $100 a year increase is factored over 12 months to us is a cup of coffee at Starbucks, but to our seniors, having to budget even $10 more a month hurts when you're making, what did she say, $1,200 a month? And that's all your income, and it doesn't go up any higher. She can't go make more money. You know, I like, in my private life, I love to live by the motto of, if you got a problem, just make more money. But our seniors can't do that. So I feel very, very strongly that this program should be refunded. I don't know if that refunded is the right word, but it should be funded again.
Yeah. And yeah, I like the exemption idea. I think that's a better way to do it. I'd also be curious about, if I recall correctly, Mr. Manager, we realized after the fact that there were some property owners that actually, you know, got more money than they should have, right?
Well, not that they should have. The only way we could do it is to treat it, it has to be a rebate and everybody has to get the same amount. So there may be some seniors that have been in their homes for such a long time and their homes were valued to a certain point where they may either already pay zero tax or very little tax, where the amounts that we were given, which was at one time was 175, I think each year was the same amount, was more than they had paid in property tax.
Yeah, so I think that for more incentive, I think, to try to get it as an exemption, so I fully support that.
That is correct.
The-
That was the other impediment that I had forgotten to mention.
The challenge, and obviously we can always lobby our local leaders and state leaders, is that the way that taxation is set up is that we don't have the control to have any additional taxation or adjust that taxation on our own as a municipality.
Yeah, and actually,
But we do have the right to be able to manage our own funds as long as it serves a municipal purpose. And so aiming a program that really benefits our seniors, we can do that in the form of a rebate. That's why it's set up that way.
yeah, and also, to be honest with you, I'll bring it up to our state representative and our state senator as well. I mean, go get the information that you need to get from the property appraiser, but he just got there yesterday, so who knows what he may already know about that. But although he loves to apparently tell us, you know, judge our budget, but I'll get to that at another time. You know, but no, when I see him, I'll bring it up to him. But with that said, go get the information you need, but I really like the idea, especially as an exemption. But yeah, his office is a ministerial office. It's a creature of statute. The procedures they follow is all statutory. So really, I'm thinking that maybe should be one of our policy priorities. You know, when you come back to us with our state priorities, that should be maybe one of our policy priorities to try to lobby for.
Yeah.
Do we have the number that I guess the last time we did it, what was the average number? Was it like you said, 170
something?
And again, remind me how you determine the refund. I like the idea.
The number of people who
We get
qualify.
we get a list from the property appraiser's office of those seniors that, low-income seniors, they had to qualify through the county for that. So everybody who qualified for that exemption through the county, then we got that list. And so the council appropriated a certain number, like let's say $80,000. And then we divide it by the number of people on our list, and that's how we came up with the per person dollar amount.
One of the reasons why I like that so much is it mitigates my concerns with the franchise fee, right?
Look, I always say, in this town, we are at a crossroad where we are seeing a legitimate turnover of demographics. We have a lot of the younger demographic that's coming of age, buying houses, having a say, and taking the reins, as we see on this dais. We cannot forget about the people who got us here, right? Our elders, right? They were the foundation. With that turnover comes a lot of changes, right? You have council members asking for Excel spreadsheets, and it drives the town staff crazy, right? You have people who don't want to see any sort of expenditures on anything that could be remotely classified as a want. But then you have people who say, you know what? I'm willing to invest in the future of this town, and I'm willing to put money into making sure that our parks are looking good and that our streets are all clean. Because guess what? I mean, I'm, God willing, gonna live another, 140 years here. So I just didn't want to put an expiration date on myself. I got scared. I didn't want to put the bad juju out there. But
that sounds like if you're made of preservatives, though, at that late.
A little bit. My point being is, we do see the benefit of investing in our town, But then I'm trying to shield the elderly who frankly don't use those services and don't want to pay for them. I'm trying to shield them from the increases that come with any investments in our future. So that's part of it. There's a saying that I think we all are familiar with, that, you know, when you try to please everyone, you end up pissing off everyone. Well, I get that, that's true, but I think that this is a way that we can reach not an equilibrium, but a fair compromise where we're funding the things that the people who want to invest in the future want and need, and at the same time making sure that our elderly, who are most affected by these increases, are protected from any strays, basically, any stray increases. So that's my point. And on that note,
All right, Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. First I want to address your suggestion about going out for RFPs, even though you're not paying attention, but I'll proceed. I don't agree with you. I think that, I'm open to going out for RFPs for all of our projects, but I do believe that we're gonna see them come back higher. And I don't think that just because we had that adjustment during COVID, I think there's a lot of factors, and I believe that the cost of living has increased. Whether or not we've seen less inflation, I don't believe that we'll have RFPs come back or proposals come back less. But I'm open to it.
What is that famous phrase?
Thinking is not knowing, and I'd rather know that there's nothing cheaper out there.
I'm open
than
to it, and I agree with you. So, but I'm just saying that I think you're gonna be proven wrong.
Right.
That's
But
it.
on top of that, we're not asking for things that are above and beyond. These are within job descriptions, within employment
Right,
contracts, go out and look for
Okay with
RFP. Because I said it before and I've said it again, the final result, the last measure that we should ever be taking because costs are higher is passing it on to the resident. Doesn't matter if they live in a special taxing district or in a non-special taxing district or an HOA, the last resort should be higher taxes. If we get to the point that we saw 50 companies and all 50 companies are higher than what we have now, then yes, we don't have a choice, we tried. It's like the doctors say, we tried everything we could possibly do.
Yeah, and I think everybody agrees with that.
Let me
that's
just
consistent
add
with
a
everybody's
couple of
comments.
things. I'm sorry.
Sure,
I just
no,
wanted
no,
to add.
the floor is yours.
Thank you. I do agree with his thought process regarding giving our seniors a rebate. I think that I'm all for an exemption. I'm all for, I strongly believe that our right-of-ways and our litter pickup, those are extremely important. I don't want to cut there. So if we do end up having to raise the millage rate somewhat, then I think that I'd be open to giving the seniors an exemption, an additional exemption.
So I'm going to jump in here and I'm going to go for my purposes to the committee budgets. I know that there was direction to come back, with flat budgets, but thinking about it further and going through them, I think that there's a lot of these educational and marketing line items that we should look at cutting. It was even brought to my attention that the Blasting Advisory Board was printing keychains that just said Blasting Advisory Board, and I don't see how that, and bands? Oh, and pens, yeah. Yeah, and so, I don't think that really does anything to advance the issue, for example, on rock mining blasting, and then just in general with other committees. As much as, for example, I thought it was a nice touch about the Drive Like Your Kids Live Here for the signs that the Public Safety Committee did. At the end of the day, I just think that especially this year, like, we just really need to look at all those educational marketing campaign line items and cut those. And I think also, for example, even with other events, I mean, I don't know if there's a way for us to get, because I know a lot of these events have sign-in sheets, right? I don't know if there's a way for us to get numbers on the attendance at some of these events to decide which ones were very not well attended, and maybe those are the ones that we should look at cutting, especially for this year. But obviously, I'm not prepared to give any direction. Well, again, it's a workshop, so I'm not prepared to get too far into the weeds on that until we have that information. And then the other thing
Mayor,
is...
before you move
You
on.
may, go ahead.
Don't forget, we also use the software, the website, Eventbrite.
Oh, correct,
For
yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of those events, so it might be very easy to get those statistics.
Well, remember, just because they registered on Eventbrite doesn't mean they went.
showed up.
So,
Yeah,
so for
true.
example, with Elderly Affairs, they have the registration there, and then they have a separate sign-in sheet at the time of the event. You know, so those are going to be the most accurate numbers. So, what else did I notice here? And look, this is my baby, the community bike rides. I started those when I was the chair of neighborhood improvement. Unfortunately, and I know some of them have had declining ridership, so maybe that's another event that I think we're going to have to scale back substantially, in my view, Mr. Manager. Again, I hate to say it, but it just is what it is. And I think, again, like with the committee budgets, I think we really need to start, trimming down a lot of these expenses. And I know that they're just trying to really activate their committees and everything else, but I do feel as if some of these line items just, are gratuitous, I guess would be
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
my view.
on the
Councilman
committees.
Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. So, two things. Once I was watching a committee, the committee will remain nameless right now. I try to watch all the YouTube videos of all the committee meetings, and the committee is literally saying, how much money do we have left in our budget? Oh, let's make sure we spend it. That we can't have. On the Blasting Advisory Board, we never did that. We always had a surplus. And actually, I think the Blasting Advisory Board's budget's too high. I think 5,000 total is more than enough, if that, because if they do travel, usually it should just be 2 or 3 people. They travel once, maybe twice if something happens. So, I think the Blasting Advisory Board should be, I think 5,000 is more than enough, maybe even lower. But I agree with you that there's committees there that there's some things that we can get rid of, and there's committees, like I said last time, public safety. They're hosting an event, getting donations, and then they're sending the donations out. They should be keeping that money for their committee. Their committee is a good cause, so we should make sure the committees know that when you're getting donations. Yeah, of course, I get it. You want to donate to certain items and things like that, but if the committees, if they can raise money for themselves, even better, right?
What I advise the liaisons when it comes to giving away money, that they must come to the council, even though it might be sponsorship that they receive, but they must come to the council and request approval from the council to be able to give away those funds.
Right, so I guess,
that's fine.
no, I like that, that's
Yeah.
good. But I guess I guess what happened on that one is, they already planned the thing, so we have to be more cognizant of that. When someone comes to an event saying we're going to raise money, what do you raise the money for? And we should be trying to keep some of the money in the committee, that's all.
Before we go to the Vice Mayor and then to Councilman Sanchez, I have a question through the manager to Claricel regarding the Public Safety Committee. The budget for the appreciation breakfast, it's $4,000. Can you break down why it's $4,000?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Claricel de Cárdenas, Communications Director. They decided not to host that event this current fiscal year. They kind of went away with it, and their wish now is to host the car show with that funding. But basically, to answer your question, Mayor, it's to fund an appreciation breakfast for our police and the 2 firehouses.
Got it. No, it's just that I saw it here in the budget, but you're right. At the last meeting, the chair did make that presentation, but I think we were all clear, though, that...
And he requested for recategorizing the amount of money into different categories.
But I still think we should cut that.
Yeah.
Again, like, I think the car show is a nice idea, but, at the same time, it's not necessary. So...
The car show's happening this fiscal year.
I'm aware, right?
No,
But
so
they're talking about
next fiscal year.
for future years. There's
Okay.
$4,000, that
Now I
$4,000 right there, they're gonna reallocate to the car show for future years.
I thought it was self-funded.
It is, yeah.
So, again, you just heard it from her, unless I misunderstood, or, they are trying to also, it's self-funded for this year, is what I heard. And we told them that they should, in the future, continue to make it a self-funded event. But again, as you heard from Claricel, for the manager, it's my understanding that they're no longer doing the appreciation breakfast, and instead they want to recategorize that fund, or those monies to that event. Is that accurate, Mr. Manager?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that's my
Well,
understanding.
there you go. So,
Question, but they're gonna reimburse that money back with the funds that they get from donations? Is that the idea?
They are seeking sponsorships for that event.
Okay.
To offset the cost. Putting on a car show is pretty pricey, between road closures and MOTs and police overtime. The price does add up.
They presented a budget
Yeah, we
at the
approved that.
last,
Yeah, we
at the
saw that.
last meeting, when they had their report.
Yeah, it was, to
I
me,
think
it
it
was,
had
yeah.
a surplus of just over $1,000, and then they were attesting that, they were thinking that they would donate that to certain places.
but look, regardless, if they.
Or back
if
to themselves,
even if
or
it's
to
being
us.
sponsored, you know, or they're gonna seek sponsorships, the point is the $4,000 should go away. That's the point I was trying to make. That's the gist of it.
Mr. Mayor, if I
You
may,
may.
I spoke with Carlos Andres, the chair of this committee, earlier today, and the budget that is here, the proposed budget, is not up to date. He explained to me that a more updated budget with correct line items was submitted to the town earlier today.
Why today, though?
I
thought
have
the
not
committee's-
received that,
No.
so,
Yeah, so, but again, aren't the committee budgets due back in May or something like that?
yeah.
Yeah, so then I don't know what they're doing, submitting quote updated budgets now.
It may be recategorizing the expenses based on the report that he gave the council at the last council meeting.
Correct.
The bottom line sum is the same.
So is that
It's
the
just
only change?
recategorized.
Huh?
Is that the only change then?
I don't know, I haven't seen what he submitted.
I have to look at what he submitted to the council for the council meeting last week. So I don't have that information in front of me.
But again, my point remains is the $4,000 should be cut. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, along with the educational materials. Councilman Sanchez, yeah?
For the committees, the one that I do because it's very near and dear to me, is the Veterans Committee. I will point out that it is the highest, committee cost. However, what is not on here is all the sponsorship money and all the money that they give back. So it seems like an expense, the money that they donate to the town, but it's not an expense because it comes back into our general fund.
So it is in the expense because when they receive the donation, it
Right.
gets allocated to the line item.
Right,
So
I
if-
just, what I'm trying to do is that they don't see Veterans Committee and they see a line item of $113,000 and think that all that money
Is
comes out
from
of
the
taxpayer
town.
money.
I
Yeah,
got you.
it's not, yeah.
I also
But
have a
it
point.
is referenced in the revenue section.
I also have a couple points on
Go
the
ahead,
committees.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Number one, through the manager to the budget director, is what was just discussed about the $4,000 in the car show versus what we see with the Special Needs Advisory Board, where everything is at zero. An example of what you said towards the beginning of this meeting, that the only times that we really don't allocate for donations is when we're just not sure or it's
So
not yet
special
well enough
needs-
established.
Special Needs Advisory Board is a little bit different than all the other committees because what the donations that fund that committee come from the mayor's gala. So what happens is the mayor's gala typically has been at the end of the fiscal year in September. So when the funds get allocated to the mayor's gala, it is usually done in the budget amendment in the following year. It gives then the committee time or staff to be able to see what the actual dollar amount is that they raised from the mayor's gala. And typically what has happened, the check that is presented to the committee from the town happens in October or November because that is when they've closed out what they've received from the mayor's gala. So that specific committee is a little bit different and special compared to the others because their funding solely comes from the mayor's gala. And as funds are received from that, they get allocated.
Got it. Thank you. The other one that I know I brought this up at both of our budget briefings, and I bring it up to my colleagues because I just find it very weird. Under the Educational Advisory Board, and I do intend to speak to the chair of the committee more directly about this. I'm not necessarily proposing, or well, we're in a workshop, but I'm weirded out by a few of these line items. We have a line item called AP Language Arts Program. That sounds a lot like something that belongs under the school board's millage. There's one called STEM elective courses. And by the way, the budget comment next to AP Language Arts is to provide a teacher supplement for a vocabulary class at Bob Graham Educational Center Miami Lakes K through 8 Center, and Miami Lakes Middle. Again, that sounds a lot like something that belongs in the school board's millage, not ours. STEM elective courses, $10,000. STEM funds to Bob Graham Education Center and Miami Lakes K through 8 Center, which will aid the schools with STEM supplies, equipment, and competition fees. I mean, again, it just sounds like something that belongs in the school board's millage. I mean, they charge quite a bit, and I know that they have a lot of expenses, and teachers' salaries are expenses, but I mean, I just find that very strange that we pay for that, like kind of like the issue earlier with the crossing guards. I am curious about this Friends of the Library line item. I hadn't brought that one up in the past through the manager to the budget director. The budget comment says to assist Miami Lakes Library with events. What events? Because, or actually, yeah, maybe Clarissa.
Yes, so I think between once to twice a month, the library hosts events for different topics, and they could, one event could be for children, the other one could be for teens. They have adult programs, and it's a nice little community sponsored event that takes place over at the library.
I'm gonna sound like the mayor here, but how many people actually attend these things?
So I'll tell you from personal experience, because I've taken my children there, I would say about 20 to 25 people, depending on the topic of the event.
But if I may, Vice Mayor, this is events that are hosted by Miami-Dade Library.
Yes.
So we're subsidizing the Miami-Dade Library's events. So my town of Miami Lakes is writing a check to Miami-Dade Library.
Miami Lakes is writing a check to
Miami-Dade.
Yes.
And
For
we're
the
doing the
lib-
same
yeah.
thing with the school board too. Right, I mean, I met with Ms. Lucis, and I did get an understanding of the background of why it existed. I don't like subsidizing another, like, the crossing guard seems like we're not subsidizing, it's something we're providing. We're helping Miami-Dade School Board provide more services. Is that something we want to do, or that's something we're not? I'm okay with getting rid of
I
that.
mean, I'm gonna sound a little facetious here, or be a little facetious here, but like, if I'm paying for these STEM materials, and then I want a photo op handing a book to a kid or something. Like, come on, what are we talking about here? This is handing a check over to the library.
Why don't we let her explain
Absolutely.
it? 'Cause
Come on up.
she understands it the best.
Claudia Lucis, 8220 Menti Terrace, Education Advisory Board member. When this program started, the reason that we kind of initiated this is because we were having a problem with maintaining enrollment at our K-8 centers, okay? They are not funded in the traditional manner. So elementary schools are funded at an elementary level. Middle schools have their middle school appropriations. When you have a K-8 center, they're technically underfunded, okay? The problem that we were having is that we were losing kids going into middle school, which meant that there were seats available at our school, which meant they were going to be filled by someone else, which meant that we were going to get additional traffic into our community. So we had to find a creative way to make middle school at the K-8 centers a little bit more enticing, more rigorous, and more appealing to the Miami Lakes resident. That was the purpose of these courses. We looked at other cities, for example, Key Biscayne. Want to say that they, in total, at that point, had, I think, invested about $30 million into what was Mast Academy, to make Mast Academy at Key Biscayne what it was. So following kind of that footprint, we found out, well, you know what? If we want these creative electives to, again, appeal to the Miami Laker, Let's take a few $1,000s and let's invest it and let's see what happens. We had good feedback, because we did. The classes are still there, and they just kind of became a permanent fixture. You remove the funding, and going back to what you guys are saying, they're going to get their core services. These are electives classes. Miami-Dade County Public Schools does not have to offer this. We offer this in a similar fashion to Key Biscayne offering what they offered to their residents, okay? The other component to it was we did not want to see our property values drop. The schools, whether you like them or not, are tied to our property values. So we wanted to encourage, okay, our students, number one, to stay in our community schools, because we pay taxes for those schools. Whether you support it or not, our money goes there, okay? But number two, we also wanted to make sure that the kids were successful when they transferred into hopefully what were our local high schools, were able to take those AP classes, those honor classes. We continued supporting this, especially after COVID. We all know what happened with the learning gains. We've seen it across the board, right? So we felt that even more so, there was importance behind keeping these classes. Ultimately, it's your decision whether you want to fund it or not, but the purpose is really just to keep these classes within the K-8 centers to make it more appealing. Keep in mind, we do have a major traffic issue here. I'd rather have people from our community, kids from our community, fill those schools than other people come from other schools to fill them, just because of, you see the traffic, you see people coming into our town. So that was really the purpose of it. Have they been successful? Yes. Have they been monitored? I'm not the chair of the department, of the board. But at the same time, you know, I don't know if we've gotten feedback. I think we did a couple years ago to see how the kids, because they're tested at the beginning, and then they're tested afterwards with the PSAT. And usually there's a lot of learning gains, okay? So that was the purpose of those classes. So then you have the STEM classes, the robotics class. Again, it was just simply to make, you know, create classes that were appealing to both the parents and the students, because otherwise we're gonna have very limited electives. You're gonna have people leave. They're gonna leave right after, once they get out of, you know, 5th grade, junior high, they're gonna go to, you know, any of the other schools that are around there. Regardless, that's your choice, but we then still have empty seats that need to be filled at Bob Graham or at the K-8 Center.
Is it your opinion then that the program continues to be necessary?
My opinion, yes.
That was along the lines of what I was gonna ask.
I feel that it is. I feel that it's beneficial to the community. Again, if we want to attract the Miami Laker to kind of stay in our local schools, I think it helps. Because if not, we have limited electives that are going to be offered at the school. And there is no funding. I mean, somebody brought up the fact that the Miami-Dade County Public School System came out with some numbers. They lost, what was it, 12,000 students? Okay, so we get funding from the state, right? You lost all that money, yes.
I think that,
It's the program? The program's actually at 3 schools.
yeah, 3.
Yes, it's
Bob
at the 2
Graham,
K-8 centers and
K-8,
Miami Lakes Middle.
and Miami Lakes Middle.
So it's at 3 schools.
So it's 3 different classes, so you're looking at what, maybe 60 kids?
You're looking, it depends, we don't have to meet class
sorry,
size
so
for
many.
these classes because they're not core classes.
Okay.
You only have to meet class size when you're talking about core classes. So technically, I don't know what the enrollment is for this year as far as the classes are concerned, but you can have, 30 kids more or less in these courses. So, and it's all year long.
So
Okay.
I have a request for you. If you could find out then, as far as the impact that those programs have been having, if, just so that we can make sure that it's achieving what it's intended to do.
So your method of measurement would be what?
Pardon me?
What would you like me to bring for you? Data, like what they're
I
in?
mean, I'm not expecting a formal report.
No, but like, do you want, like, for example, no, because we used to ask for that. That's really how we used to measure that, because
Their
we wanted to
GPA,
make
yeah,
sure.
their
So
GPA.
what happened after
So,
those reports?
well,
Okay.
I'm not
Yeah,
chair.
I think I know where you're going
Okay,
with that.
I'm gonna
They
cut
just,
in.
and it's just, I don't think the other,
I'm gonna
the
cut
board
in
understood
because
how, the dynamics of how it worked.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Mayor.
But
you
I think we
answered
can
part of my
we can
question.
maybe request that.
You answered part of my question, which is at the beginning I heard a lot of we, which was in reference to the committee, and it sounded like you were stating the position of the committee, and then through the mayor's question, you then started saying aye. So I'm asking the Claudia Lucis that comes to this council and
Ask for AC.
and ask for AC and is what what I colloquially call the budget hawks, which is a good thing. Is it, as has been said throughout all this process, as Councilmember Cuadra Garcia has put it, is this a need, not a want?
I would consider it a need.
Okay.
The reason, and again, the reason being is because it's these schools, the success of these schools is specifically tied to our property values.
My next question is honestly out of the fact that I don't really know how the school system works, and I know you're an educator in the system, not necessarily on the board of the
No,
school
but I
board.
volunteered for free for
Good.
17 years, and
Oh,
then I
okay.
became an educator, so.
My question is,
Go ahead.
I didn't even know that programs like this funded by a third party existed. I always thought public schools,
No.
it's funded by the public school tax dollars. My question is, because it's funded by us, and because it's not a core class, as you mentioned, it is a elective class, can we restrict to only Miami Lakes students, residents of Miami Lakes?
I don't believe you can.
I
I think there's a legal issue there because, especially now it's being offered there. I don't think you can legally do it. You can check with legal. They may be able to check with the district, but I don't
So, for
believe that
example-
you can.
I think we can, and I'll tell you why. Because typically, the reason why you can't restrict things to Miami Lakers, for example, like I've heard it from other residents. I don't agree with this, but for example, with our parks or our classes that we host at the facilities, aside from where we got those from the county, we got those from the school board, and they obviously placed the conditions that we can't restrict it. Who gets to access the programs hosted there or gets to access those
Right.
parks and facilities. Now, and also the money for some of these programs also comes from like the school board, like some of these senior classes and whatnot. In this case, though, these are Miami Lakes tax dollars that are being used. So again, maybe the one question there is if we host it at one of our facilities, then are they subject to that inability to restrict? But in terms of the money, at least it's our money.
So if you were to host that class at one of your facilities, okay, chances are you would not get a high turnout. And I'm just going to be very honest. I remember when the youth center, okay, was constructed. We couldn't fill the youth center. I would get calls all the time, Claudia, see if you can, promote this at the schools. Maybe, we can get people to fill the, students to fill the programs. We couldn't get them there in the afternoons. Why? Because of traffic, and there's other commitments, whether it's sports, CCD, homework, you name it. We could not get students to kind of fill these programs over at the youth center. I don't believe that the class would be successful.
Okay, so the class
Unless
again
it
is-
has to be offered
Yeah.
during school time at the schools. And that's where I guess it gets a little bit murky.
Yeah.
Legally, I think that's a question that you would probably have to run through legal and legal through district.
Yeah,
through
okay,
intergovernmental,
so I missed
maybe.
that part, the classes are hosted, they're literally at the school. Okay,
At
so
the
yeah,
school,
so that.
during the
that's huge.
period. So it's not, the parent doesn't have to take them anywhere. Because if that's what we're gonna rely on, it's not gonna happen.
Councilor Fernandez had a question.
They also get credit for it, so they
Yes.
it's on the report card,
Correct.
it's part of their credits. Just anecdotally, I know that I've had 3 children go through, one has already graduated from Bob Graham, 2 are going presently. They really are successful. I think that's, especially the STEM program, I think, is something that a lot of the children just want to be a part of, so I'll just add that.
And to be clear, since I brought the item up, I'll just kind of try to wrap it up and say that I don't disagree that the program is successful. It probably speaks on its own. Everyone knows the merits of STEM, and I think all of us probably know the merits of AP. It's just a question of why are we the ones funding it? And at least if we're going to be the ones funding it, when you were answering one of her questions, or posing a question to her, the thought came to mind of how many times do we get grant dollars from the state, from the federal government, and it comes with strings attached, right? The school is accepting this money from us. Like she said, it's not a required course. The school happily accepts this money from us, we can probably attach strings. Now, again, I'm gonna ask that the town attorney, you know, please let me know when you know, within the next week or so, if you can,
I can
what you
provide
find.
Vice Mayor, I can provide you with an opinion, but I would say that similar to programs that we have offered for the elderly, for instance, in our parks on computer basis, and I know this has come up in the past, we're restricted from just limiting access to only Miami Lakes residents. I will double check and make sure that there's nothing else that's maybe changed in the law that would give us some leeway, but I think Mr.
I don't know, at least
So
get the Miami Lakers some extra credit.
I'm going to tell you how the funds are transferred. The funds, there's a check that's written over to, you know, it's sent over to the district. And then, you know, obviously at that point, it becomes kind of their funds. Now, the agreement is, yes, you're going to provide this course with the teacher, et cetera, et cetera. But that has been kind of the directive that has been included, the verbiage in these letters. Because the letter, when the check is mailed out to the district, it's mailed out with those instructions. And I'm sure that you could probably request a copy of what that letter entails. And if there's something that you want to amend, or you want to revise, or you want to propose, maybe, you know, the town attorney at that point can look into that. Yes.
Does the school have to prove to us that that class is an active class? If so, is it more than one? So for example, my sons just started high school. There was a class that didn't have sufficient enrollment, so they cut the class.
Okay.
And the teacher now has it as a free period, and they put those students in another class. So they can start the year with it and then just stop it. Considering we're sending $3,300 per school, $33.33, do they have to prove to us that, yes, the class is continuing throughout the year?
So we have quarterly meetings with our principals,
Yeah.
right? And one of the things that we always discuss is, okay, how are those courses moving along? I know that on the robotics side, the kids always seem to do extremely well. They win competitions, they go out there, which brings, again, you know, a notoriety over to the school and to our community. Because there is kind of that domino effect. So they've always had the classes. We've never had an issue with the classes not being offered.
But they need to prove it to us that the class is
Well,
occurring.
right, it's, you can see it's there, and when they present to us, they'll tell us, you know, what's going on with the class, how they're progressing, et cetera, et cetera. So they do give us updates on that. Now, if we can request more thorough updates, and that's something that, you know, I could bring to the chair, and, you know, we could maybe reestablish those reports being delivered to us.
I think that would be a great idea. Again, I think, as you always tell us too, there should be no sacred cows, right?
Yeah.
So we need to make sure that everything is data-driven, whether it's an event that is being under-attended,
Right.
or whether it's a program that is maybe not producing the intended effects. You know, the data is important.
We used to have I forgot what the courses were, the ACT classes here. And I remember, you know, I attended one of them, and they were poorly attended. The professors weren't the best either. So I came back, I said, we need to kill this. I said, you know, I refuse to, at this point, waste taxpayer dollar. We have 6 kids. I forced my son to attend one just so that we could have attendance. And, you know, he said, Mom, it's just, it wasn't good. It wasn't worth it. So we nixed that at that point, and we stopped those courses. So, you know, the one thing is that we all need to understand is just because we offer a program, you know, whatever, 1 year, 2 year, 10 years, it doesn't mean that it's permanent. Nothing is, right? So we always have to be open to either improving it, or if the possibility exists, then, or removing it. It is, you know, that's part of
again,
the conversation.
Like I said with the community bike rides, right? That
Yeah.
was my baby. You know, it took a while to get that done. It was very popular for a while, but you know, that moment is come and gone, so now we have to readjust.
So I'll pass the message along so that we can get the data, and then hopefully we can have it for you for the next, your next budget, and you can make a more informed decision there.
Well,
Thank you,
no,
thank
is
you.
that
Okay,
considering
on
that
the,
those-
I'm sorry, if I may,
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the robotics, that's just a course, they do competitions. I know that I don't believe that it's not data-driven. Like the AP Lang course. And again, the incentive is hopefully these students would then go and they will enroll in AP classes, which they need, and ACE classes, which they need that higher level vocabulary. But for the robotics, it would just be grades
Yeah,
that you
it's
would
a
have.
little
And the
different there.
existence of the course is there, and you can see it all over the school's Facebook pages. You will see how the kids are competing in these competitions and are really successful.
Yeah, Councilman Sanchez, you had a question?
Yes, and I will say, but this is more for us, that if we are gonna sunset this program, it can't be now because the school year has already started. Those students are sitting in those chairs. So we give the forewarning that this will, if we are gonna sunset it, will be for the next school year so that they don't have it in their subject selection sheets come the upcoming year, if we decide to do that.
Yeah, so just, I see Claricel waving in the back there.
Yeah, to Councilmember Sanchez's point. So the way that the school board has their budget, it starts in July. So actually what you funded this fiscal year, the current fiscal year, the check that we cut for the school board is for this current school year.
So the
we're-
check
we're
that we would
kind
cut
of
now would be for July or October
no,
1
no, it's
would be for the fall of next year.
for now.
Right, but the check that we would cut October
check's
1,
cut.
2025 would be for the year that begins August of 2026.
No.
No.
The current, the funding that is in EAB right now,
Yes.
has not been encumbered or the check has not been cut because we have not received the letter from the school board for this school year.
Understood. Okay. But they probably have it in their books as money coming because we've given it for so many years. They're counting on that. Right.
I'm pretty certain.
Yeah. Yeah, which brings to my point that if we're gonna sunset it, we need to give advance notice to the school board so they don't have it, or to the school, so they don't have it in their subject selection. Or if they are gonna have it, knowing that we're not gonna be donating to anyone.
So-
if it happens.
And
Through the chair.
You're recognized.
Yeah, I didn't want to create this gigantic issue on it. Let's just look into it.
Yeah.
I wanted to make you guys aware of it. We don't have to.
And I'll
keep
just add
beating
one
it.
more
Yeah.
point. There are multiple municipalities that have this structure where they actually subsidize additional courses, and it's usually in the more affluent areas where you see that subsidy come in. Okay?
Got it. Last item that I wanted to bring up.
Go
and
ahead.
It's committee related. I had not actually seen this item. It was the councilwoman who pointed it out to me, and it is very strange, especially in light of, I think it was the mayor's item very recently to move around the committee meeting start times so that they wouldn't be so late. There's an item here under communications for professional services, 21,400 for security guard services for committee meetings after hours. I think that we eliminated after hours. I also.
Well, I mean, how do we define after
Yeah,
hours?
that was something that I proposed in the budget, and it's for having a security guard from 5 o'clock to manage the lobby, manage the door, because otherwise, our security, our liaisons, which I think they may be all young ladies, have to, in the community conference room, managing the door has to be kind of locked open. It's a potential. We haven't had a problem yet, but we can easily have somebody come in through the door and then start wandering the hallways, and it's just somebody, and when the town hall is shut down and there's nothing else going on other than the community conference room, and we would do it on a as-needed basis. So in other words, if there's no, it wouldn't be every night. It would be Monday through Thursday whenever there is a committee meeting.
Okay, but my only problem with that is everyone up here has lived the committee life, and usually.
It's a safety thing. That we're-
And I totally, I get that, except for the part where normally, whether it's after hour, at any time of the day, our doors, with the exception of the front door, which is open during business hours, both doors are locked after 5 o'clock. No?
That's the point, that when there's a committee meeting, they leave.
I mean, I remember banging on that back door for 10 minutes at a time, waiting for somebody to hear it and let me in because it's always locked, or it was locked. And if that's changed, then maybe I think a much cheaper policy is lock the doors. And then the liaison's gonna be in here. They have a key card access if they happen to not be in here. And then they could just open the door for the committee.
And through the chair,
And
we-
they're safe as long as they're in here and don't let strangers in.
Councilman Garcia.
Can we just ask one of the officers here?
In the evenings, they're...
No, I mean,
No.
in certain meetings, not all of them, right?
Yeah, Officer Amador is only there for a limited number of committees. Normally, there's no officer. The officers are out on the street, you know, in the after business hours. There's nobody next door. They lock there at 5 o'clock. Yeah. So there's nobody next door in the police station.
And officers, I'm sorry, just one quick, officers that have this beat right here close to City Hall, just.
They're patrolling. They're out on the street.
No, I know they're patrolling, but I mean, just the patrol in this area as well. I just think that, we're right next to our station, we lock the door. I understand what you're saying, but I think there might be an opportunity there to not,
Would
spend
this
that-
item cover level 1, 2, 3 guards?
Yeah, it'd just be an unarmed guard, just to
All right, let's
have
do
a
it.
uniform presence that would be there.
Yeah,
I-
I'm not
I
okay
don't,
with this.
I don't see the need. I get it. It's maybe proactive. I'm not aware of any ever having an issue. I don't even think the liaison should get up and open the door. Somebody on the committee should, if somebody's running late, they text someone on the committee, hey, come open the door for me. That door is the matter. That door needs to be always locked. It should never be unlocked. There are some doors that I see here that get unlocked. I think internally we have to work on making sure these doors are locked like they're supposed to and only key card access. But I just don't see the need. And listen, we're in a very safe town, right next to the police station. Whether there's someone there or not, it's still a police station. I've never seen an issue. I've never heard of anyone coming up with this issue. I understand the reasoning for it, but it's not needed. I wouldn't want to see it on the next budget.
Anything else in the committee budgets before we move on?
Yes.
And I just want to point out for my colleagues that Councilman Fernandez has a 5:30 a.m. flight and has not even had dinner. I did warn you, by the way. But so just obviously, I believe we're going to have another workshop. So just if we can all be mindful of the time and just as a professional courtesy to him, as far as for us to be cognizant of the time as we continue. Councilman Sanchez, go ahead.
In the audience, we have Chair of the Public Safety Committee, Carlos Andres, to clarify any questions we might have about the budget and the car show, which I believe when you presented to us last time was a zero line item for cost to the town to have the car show because of sponsorship. Is that still the case?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Town Management. Thank you for the opportunity. I was about to jump in the shower, so I'm glad that I didn't get in the shower yet. But nonetheless, yes, to answer your question, Councilman, the car show is supposed to be a revenue generator. However, taking in the fact that it's, right at the beginning of the next fiscal year, there will be vendors that provide, that will need, payment in advance. This is the first time we do this show. That's why it was presented as an estimate. What we did to hopefully avoid confusion this evening, but I guess it didn't make it to the dais, was that we took a vote yesterday, and again, very instrumental for Councilman Sanchez to give me a call and ask questions about budgets. I know you spoke about that last time. Most of you have my phone number. Please call me with any questions in the future, but I think Melissa has it now, but essentially what we have is, with the reclassification that you all voted on last meeting, when I did my biannual report, is essentially to have a breakdown, and that breakdown does not include the breakfast. The breakfast hasn't happened for, I want to say, a couple of years now. So, if the budget stays flat, which the way this conversation is going, I'll be very lucky if it stays flat. Essentially, it's $775 to go to awareness, $1,740 to go to educational material, $1,200 to go to car show, $300 9/11, and $785 to go to events for MDSO and
What are these
MDFR.
educational materials?
Educational materials are, for example, this year we ordered magnets, 3054 police, to give those to residents at the car show. It could be also related to challenge coins. We did the challenge coins line side with the Miami-Dade Police Department. Now they're a sheriff's office, so we have to redesign that coin. And those can run, $800 easy, maybe $1,000.
What about the blue candles for police awareness month, or law enforcement awareness?
We actually didn't order them this year, but, it'll definitely be something we consider for 26.
Yeah, just so you're aware, there's going to be at least I'm gonna push for substantial cuts to what committees tend to label as educational materials. It just, again, it's just the nature of the beast where we're at this year, that we're trying to really save wherever we can. And, you know, as far as the marketing for this particular event, what kind of marketing are you anticipating?
Well, are you speaking of sponsorship or marketing, like the event to get people to come out?
Well, you said there was a marketing line item associated with the event, so I just want to know, what is the marketing plan?
Well, the marketing plan for the event is essentially social media and using our partners in the town to get it out to as many people as possible.
So what's the cost associated with? Because, you know, obviously we have our social media accounts, we can do that. What specifically is that money going toward?
Well, if you're speaking of the $1,200 for the car show, that's essentially the money that we're going to be paying vendors in advance, because we won't have those sponsorship funds till we get closer to the show.
But why is that in the marketing line item then?
It's not marketing. It's
Okay,
when it's town events car show.
But that's what I'm saying. Let's take a step back. Just before, you had said that, if I remember the breakdown of that event, you were saying that there's a cost for marketing, right? It was like,
No.
Okay. So where's the marketing line item?
No, right now in the budget that I presented, so when I came to you all and I presented the revenue and expenses, the expenses is a combination of DJ, video, maybe that's what you're confusing it with, because the videographer for that evening.
No, there's no confusion. I said, I heard marketing. You mentioned marketing. What is that? What were you referring to? Maybe that's a better way to put it.
I can tell you, Mr. Mayor, I don't recall marketing. I can tell you what I have in front of you, what I presented to the dais last time, and it doesn't say marketing on it.
Okay, no, but you just mentioned it from there is what I'm saying. So that's maybe where the confusion is, because you mentioned marketing, then educational materials. I first asked you about educational materials, and then I came to marketing.
It's the awareness campaign, and that awareness campaign is, I guess, what you would call marketing. And that, in that case is like, for example, we've had the Miami Laker. We've done advertisement on there for Lock It or Lose It recently, which was $385. We also, for Law Enforcement Awareness Month, we did
I pulled
lunch.
it up for him, and that clarified it.
Yeah, it clarified enough, but again, yeah. So okay, yeah. That's what I wanted to hear, right? Which awareness is marketing, whatever. The point is, he gave me the breakdown that I wanted. I apologize for the confusion. But yeah, again, I think there's going to be, for every committee, as I mentioned earlier, there are no sacred cows this budget cycle. So, it's going to be probably trimmed, is what I would just say. But obviously, you have the town's resources available to promote these messages. Then, as you know, I've been sharing all the committee's events, as has Councilman Sanchez and other council members. We're going to continue to do so. But again, we just need to really start cutting back on certain line items, just because, again, like, we need to focus on what we must do. But again, we're in agreement with getting this event off the ground this year, right?
Right.
And then, the hope is that, with the sponsorship strategy that you had, which I think is a good one, that we recoup those costs anyway by the end of the next fiscal year. But yeah, those were the questions that I had, and I just wanted to make sure you're aware, though, that it's not specific to your committee, but at least I'm going to be pushing for all the committees to trim a lot of their marketing awareness and educational budgets. And that includes for even my baby at Neighborhood Improvement, which I was chair of for a while. This is just a year that, everybody's going to have to expect less.
Absolutely. I mean, we're in this together, so, whatever you need from us, we'll push through. I mean, thankfully, we've, gotten a lot of traction with the community, and people want to be part of our events. And, actually, even the deputy town attorney will tell you, we got a lot of good feedback from our business network group that they want to be part of this car show. So hopefully it's a revenue generator, and, like other councilmen said, hey, this can be, part of your budget, going forward if,
Well, again,
do
I would
happen, so.
encourage my colleagues. I think that would not be wise, but that's a future discussion, obviously. But what I will say is that in the past, a lot of committees have what was the term that they used? Found synergy with each other on certain events, and that helped to bring down the cost many times. And also, just with the combined effort of the various committees promoting the same event, it even helped to increase attendance at times. So I think, a lesson for all the committees is that, to look for ways to partner up with other organizations to get their message out, to also to help defray cost, et cetera, et cetera. And for an event like the car show, as you were proposing, I'm pretty sure there's going to be plenty of community partners, as you mentioned last time as well. They're going to be willing to step up, and again, this goes for all the committees. Because I do feel like there are some committees that are not pushing as hard as they could to obtain sponsorship money. Not saying yours. There are other committees I'll leave unsaid that are the sorts of committees that are prime targets for corporate sponsorships, and they're just not doing enough, and instead they're trying to just put it on us to go ahead and give them the money. But again, just moving forward, I think I speak for the majority of my colleagues, maybe not all, that we need to expect more from the committees when it comes to events, that they go ahead and get sponsorship dollars, especially because, to me, there are very few event committees really in our system, right? At least, it's changed, but, realistically, the main events committee is cultural affairs. And over the years, I've heard some committees complain that, but why does cultural affairs get all the attention and everything? Well, it's because they're in charge of putting on events to, quote, create a cultural identity for the town and everything else. But some of the committees that were intended to be more policy-oriented have gone away from that. And I've seen it just across the board. But just putting that out there, my thoughts for my colleagues, and then also for anybody from the committees that are watching that aren't here tonight, what I at least am going to push to try to be the new normal. Is there anything else, sir?
No, I think it's great for our next quarterly meeting that, Town Manager, we discuss this part of our agenda to see how we can push this forward.
Carlos, I just want to say thank you for showing up, honestly, because literally we talked about you, and I know you were either watching or someone up here told you, hey, or Councilmember Sanchez told you about it. The fact that you, like you said, you were about to get into the shower or something like that, and you showed up, it just shows how much you're dedicated, not just to your committee, but to the town. Thank you so much for showing up.
Thank you.
And really
Yes, thank you.
great event with the coffee with the first responders at the fire station. Amazing event. I mean, that was just incredible. I know you put that together, and it was the first one, right? So great job.
First one.
Yeah,
And we got
absolutely.
support from the fire department. They mailed up this week, Chief LeBron, and there's a lot more to come. Obviously, we got to be cautious at that level as well. They have a bigger gap to fill, but they loved it and they want to do more. So,
The firefighters don't get enough love, I believe, in the town.
Thank you, Carlos. Through the chair.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Let's not, we've talked a little bit of everything. Don't forget to budget in the sidewalk money. Sidewalks are extremely, extremely important.
Actually, can I take that one real quick?
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Because I think we can solve this very quickly. Through the manager to the budget director, can you just direct me to every place in the budget relating to sidewalk pressure cleaning, but also litter and debris pickup? Those are two of my very important spots. I know that I found under Public Works Green Space, I found the repair and maintenance line item under which the budget comments mentions litter, debris, and doggy stations, $293,832. And then I also saw the only mention of pressure cleaning that I saw was public work entry maintenance. That's not what Councilman Cuadra Garcia and I are referring to. We're referring to sidewalks in front of our pocket parks and stuff like that.
Okay, so in gas tax, which is not in the general fund, we do have a line item that is for pressure washing. It is typically about $60,000 a year, if I remember off the top of my head correctly, but don't quote me.
Do we have a page number or something?
That doesn't, but that amount doesn't include necessarily inside the park, and I do believe under some repair and maintenance line items, I have to look.
Hang on, I cannot hear a word you're saying.
I'll wait.
Go ahead.
I do believe that there are some line items within the repair and maintenance under parks that they do have maybe about $5,000 that they might set aside for pressure cleaning.
Okay, just between here and the first budget hearing, can I just get an email from you or the town manager, just letting me know each spot where there's money allocated to sidewalk pressure cleaning, as well as litter and debris pickup from right-of-ways?
Litter and debris pickup for right-of-ways is only in green space. That's
Right.
the only place
Only
where
in
you'll
green
find that
space.
funding.
Okay, and then
And
that is funded?
this budget fully funds 3 crews, 7 days a week.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And then it's funded into Director Santos's department, but if I remember correctly, it's Director, I can never say his last name, Bajoun?
Back down.
Bajon.
Back down, you were not far off.
There we go.
The inaudible
You're just
voice.
a fancy Frenchman.
No, he's still there.
Director Bajan, I think, right, it's funded under Director Santos, Public Works, but then it's administered by Jeremy, right?
Yeah, so green space is administered between
So,
the both of
I
them,
guess
but
the question
mainly,
then is-
mainly Parks and Recreation.
The question is to Jeremy. Is that enough? It's one of the things that I think myself and I know Councilman Fernandez really stress on is Miami Lakes standards. And we are constantly getting emails from residents showing us trash and debris on the side of the street not getting picked up. I want to make sure that this is fully funded. You know, I don't know if 3 crews, whatever many days a week is enough.
If I may.
Just tell me.
Those
If I may.
complaints should be dramatically reduced in the last 4 months or so since we got the, yeah.
The Public Works Director would like to say something.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, the litter services are managed by the Public Works Department. We assist parks with the pocket park cleanings and those type of items. And they help us with the inspections of the pocket parks, and then we direct one of the crews that's dedicated right now when we have the 3 crew setups for the pocket parks.
That's for
Litter.
litter.
Yes.
Okay, and then does that also include the rights of way?
Yes.
Okay.
So the current setup is we dedicate 2 to right of way and 1 to parks.
And so that's enough. What the 3 crews?
At the moment, we always have the time that the crew will pass by, and then we get a truck or somebody
Yeah,
dumps
that can
trash,
always
and we
happen.
get those complaints. But it's been manageable, and that's the recommendation we've made in the past because we've seen it work.
Okay, great. What about the sidewalk pressure cleaning? Because the ones in the pocket park, those are embarrassing. There's a pressure cleaning vendor. There's a third-party pressure cleaning vendor that has gone to our pocket parks and pressure cleaned his logo onto our sidewalks from how disgusting our sidewalks are.
So Jeremy can add to this, but I'm gonna give it a shot because I'm looking at the budget right now. We do have the 60, which are just for the right of way. Inside the park, and Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong, you have about
13,000. There's
13,000
13,000
budgeted
inside the
for
Pocket
this
Parks
year.
account that is for one-time annual cleaning. Previously, we have utilized our repair and maintenance, grounds general repairs maintenance to, as issues came up, to go ahead and spot treat pocket park by pocket park. But in this budget, you do have before you 13,000 that is for the entirety of all interior sidewalks of all of our pocket parks.
Where in the budget is it? Is under the park administration?
It is under Parks Administration in the mini parks line item. I will tell you the page in a second.
Page 14 of 54.
14, yes.
But under
So
Parks
within
Administration?
mini parks, it is within the repair and grounds maintenance. It is the middle annual one-time pressure cleaning within that allotment.
Okay. You said.
But if I may, Mr. Vice
Yeah,
Mayor.
yes, please.
Just to piggyback off what Councilman Clara Garcia was mentioning, is funds allocated for sidewalk repair, not just cleaning them. So I see there's a couple spots where there's 150 allocated through the gas tax, there's 22,000 calculated from the FPL franchise fee access, and there's some allocated also for ADA repair for sidewalk. The issue is that those sums don't add up to the last meeting, the last council meeting that we had, and a few during your report that you give us. There's unfunded, Mr. Santos, unfunded sidewalk repairs in the sum of $700,000. The funds that right now are being allocated to it are a third of that.
That was a number that was developed, I want to say in 2019, for an ideal approach to take a big chunk at the sidewalk repairs throughout the town on a yearly basis and just establish that type of cycle. So that's how that was developed.
Yeah.
So yes, if you want to go at that level, it would. Well, I would have to revisit that number and see if we're still.
Yeah. No,
at
and
the
I
level of
understand that
funding
the sidewalk repairs is the finish line that never arrives. We fix 3 and 4 more break. I understand that, but can we get to the point where we have repaired enough that when one breaks, it's not we have to fund for the next 3 years in order to fix everything, but we can fund in the next 6 months or the next year in order to keep up, not have the finish line so far away. Okay, can we find what to cut? Because this goes into the priorities of the needs versus the wants.
So some of the things we're looking
And what we're
within the
prioritizing
department
before
is
sidewalks.
different types of technologies, if you want to say it, or material.
Yeah.
That may work better around trees, which are the main contributors to the repeat repairs.
And additionally, sidewalks that are breaking within 6 months of being repaired, can we go back to the contractor and tell them, hey, you did this job, but it's already.
That would be under the warranty period, but that's not, usually we're looking at about a 2-3 year cycle that we may have to go back, and it's most likely due to a root.
Yeah.
I had a meeting with Councilmember J.C. Fernandez this afternoon,
Yeah.
and explained to him there's a sidewalk that we have to replace, and it's likely due to roots. Depending on the type of root that's there, we can or cannot remove it. Most likely, that one cannot be removed, and in the future, as that root grows, will continue to crack. And
Right.
this is due to a stability of the tree. It's a street-leaning tree, and the sidewalk is on the back, and we take out that one of those stabilizing trees. Jeremy can add to this more than I can, but
Right.
we do not want to see what happens after that.
Through the chair, real quick, dovetailing on, I'm sorry, Mayor? Okay. Dovetailing on what the councilman was saying, are we, and I know I had this question months ago, or maybe last year, are we putting root barriers on any new trees that we are planting? To avoid this and
Yes.
for future
I
councils
don't
to
wanna
have this
speak for
continuing?
Jeremy.
Director Box.
Okay, so we are.
I'll say Jeremy question.
Yes.
Oh, excellent, okay, so that's.
Through the
and
chair.
what is the budget on that? I don't see, is there a budget, a line, I'm sorry, is there a line item on that? Where is that?
That would
It's
be,
included,
Yeah.
it's included in the cost of the installation of the tree. So as long as we purchase the tree, and it wasn't donated or so forth, it is part of the contractor's responsibilities.
Okay, so I know Councilman Garcia brought in some examples, but the tree bearers are putting there, we're sure, we're solid they're gonna hold back these trees, when they get 10, 15, 20 years from creating that issue. These are approved and other towns use them, and we know that they're good, or we've used them before in the past and seen some good results.
These are what's called for in the contract, which is the best management practices. It
Okay.
almost always refers to this deep root, deep tine system. I can get you guys the information on it, but yes, that is the standard that is called for and specified within the contract.
All right, so usually it takes about, 10 years, 11 years before we start seeing the roots big enough to push up the sidewalks? Is that where you're, usually takes that long for that tree to get big enough?
It all depends. Trees are defined as acts of God. So sometimes the roots can grow a little faster than others.
Yeah.
But typically, yes, around that 15-year mark is where you'll start to see a dense canopy where the drip line and the root zone have gotten pretty extensive.
Okay, so in neighborhoods right now, when you replace a tree, you're putting those root barriers for the new tree, every single one right now. You can say every single tree has been planted for the last, 2 years, 3 years?
I would have to take a look at when we went to make sure every single tree, not a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
But yes, as of the most recent installations, yes.
All right, thank you so much.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna be as brief as I can, because I know we need to get back to this budget. We don't want to be here till 3 in the morning. Until we ending the issue with these trees, whoever started it 30 years ago didn't think outside the box. He didn't think of what was going to happen in the future. So again, we're planting these trees, and forget about that root barrier. We're not going to talk about that root barrier right now. That root barrier is a joke. We'll talk about it in the next topic. If we don't take care of these problems with these new trees we're planting, we're gonna have a serious issue going forward. So that's just a highlight of what I wanted to say. Let's get back on the budget.
If I could make a very brief question to maybe the town attorney or someone else, I'm not
Go
sure.
ahead.
In my new house in the east side, the town owns and has full right, or is the exclusive entity that can maintain my swale tree. Is that the case in Satori?
It depends if,
I don't believe that the town owns the swales.
No?
Yeah, those are private
Okay.
streets, yeah.
I
Those are
only
private.
asked because when that site plan was approved, which I think even predates you two.
It predates everybody on these days.
Yeah.
And even it predates
yeah,
Councilwoman
that's
Arana
what I
as
was
well.
saying. I think it predates everyone. That community was allowed to be built with oak trees on 1 foot by 4 foot swales. And eventually, every single one of those trees is gonna have to come down, at least in the townhouses. And I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't gonna be a town expense, because if it is, we need to start saving money now. But okay, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't on us.
So I just want to take a moment to take a poll of this council. Councilman Fernandez, when is it that you absolutely must leave by?
I haven't, an hour ago, yeah.
Huh?
No, I'm,
He still needs to go to Costco to buy a suitcase.
no, I have to pack though, but yeah, whenever. But I'm committed to the, I'll stay as long as we need to, but I would love to get out of here.
Mr. Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have another one of these workshops coming up, correct?
Well, there's
And
one
it's all
scheduled, so
funds.
it's up to the council whether you think that that's needed or not.
Yeah, so.
So yes, there's one next Wednesday.
Then we still have what? Yes, correct, yeah. So my question to my colleagues is how much, do we want to continue to go forward, or how late do we want to continue? And do we want to give the councilman the opportunity to be part of the discussion, and we just defer whatever's pending after whatever time we agree on to the Wednesday meeting and then go from there?
I think we've covered a lot tonight. We've given our staff a lot of work to do. And I think it's a good idea to have the staff incorporate a lot of the comments that were made up here today prior to the next workshop. And then that being addressed, any issues that were not discussed today or are not addressed in this updated budget can be brought up at the
Vice
second
Mayor,
workshop.
that's the challenge, right? Because there weren't votes taken tonight, right? So, yes, we heard a lot, but we don't know if it was 7-0, 4-3, 3-4. So, in reality, what I think that would be the best thing would be at the first budget hearing, after you've had your conversation, you've had a lot of debate, a lot of discussion tonight, you'll have more next Wednesday, and then at the first budget hearing, we would present this same budget, especially because we have to advertise it, we have to publish it next Wednesday. Huh? By the 5th? 5th. So then at the first budget hearing, each of you would come with a series of amendments that would be actually official action taken on.
Well, why don't you come back to us? I mean, obviously everybody's been taking notes. Well, why don't you at least maybe throw on the various ideas that were thrown out? List all the various ideas that were thrown out there, and if you want to even match it with the council member or the member of the council that put it on there, and then just like a cumulative running list, right? And
Yes.
And then that way we can also keep track of what was discussed, so we don't have to go back to the beginning of the meeting and everything.
The alternative to that would be to convert next Wednesday's workship
To a special call.
special call meeting where you guys can take action.
Well, I
At
think we
least with amendments to make, not necessarily taking action because that's the budget hearing, that's.
Can you just
but
add the notes? I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you, just like you did here, can you just add notes, the ideas we came up with, just additional notes here in the next draft?
I don't know that I would want it there.
No?
Yeah, we could do
You
just
can
like a
hide that.
separate running list with.
You can hide, is this Excel?
Yeah, but again, just if you guys can keep like a running list of the ideas discussed, and there's gonna be more, I'm sure, next Wednesday. So,
Yeah,
and then, again, that's what the first reading of the budget is for and everything else. Mr. Attorney?
Yeah, no, going to the vote, I would steer clear of that because the vote on the budget and the millage is very prescriptive in state statute on how that needs to take place, and it needs to take place in a public hearing that is announced. Now, that being said, as far as, creating consensus, look, do we have consensus on this? Do we have consensus on that? You could kind of do that, so that way, Melissa has an idea of what are the main points that you do want to make are reflective when that first reading comes back. That's how I would suggest that you.
Got it. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Approach it.
I can't help but disagree, So I'll first start by asking a simple question through the manager to the budget director. Is it possible to create a updated budget by next Wednesday that incorporates some or all of the proposals stated here today? Is it possible?
I still have to put together the book. All the writing that is in the book, that has not been done. The budget message has to be done. All that's been complete for this budget is basically the numbers.
And my concern with that is just simply, again, it's going to give her more work for stuff that is not certain.
Correct, but my thing is where I disagree with the manager on his point of it being an instruction of staff and all this stuff is we have a bunch of unelected members of our town staff asking for stuff to be changed here and there, but then the actual elected officials can't ask for changes without it being a formal vote. I mean, we're up here. It's obvious what direction we're leaning on certain things. Why not just incorporate it?
Vice Mayor, this budget, regardless of who has worked on it, this budget is officially my recommendation to this council for you to adopt, right? And there have been comments on every single item that you guys have discussed tonight. Some of you have opined on when somebody brings something up. Some of you have not opined. It's impossible for us to know what has majority on each and every single item that you brought up. It would be
Understood on the numbers, but can I ask, can you, for the next one, do this on Excel, on the notes, on the line items that it's in, I mean, we're gonna have to approve, well, the minutes are here, we got minutes. Add that to this, to the notes part, right? You can, let me just finish.
Yeah.
You can hide that, I mean, if it's the way it looks, you can hide that, in the comments, you can hide that in that cell. For us, so then when we look at this again, we can click and see, okay, we talked about this, we talked about that, we talked about this, good idea, bad idea. We're adding all this information that we just talked about now. Everybody spent 4 hours opining on what their needs are. Just add it to the notes using the minutes.
Yeah, well, I think we'll add a separate column past the budget, because the budget comments are, explanatory statements about what's in there, what's contained in there. But another column,
you hide it.
This will be on probably on a legal size sheet, and then we'll put in our recap.
Well, this was Excel to begin with, right? You just reformatted it to PDF. So yeah, exactly. That's all I'm asking. Just for my edification.
Yeah, we'll do.
Unless my colleagues think that's not a.
You're saying the same thing as the mayor was recommending, except for it won't be a separate list. We'll put those that listing right here, right next to the line that it pertains to.
That would help. I mean, at least for me, it would help me. I'm visually.
The one thing I'll ask for though, in that, which I'm fine with that too, is just make sure at a certain point you let us know. Here it is. This is the version that we're using at the council meeting, at the workshop, because during this one, we had some people going off the PDF, some people going off the Excel. Let's make sure that we're all able to follow along with everyone's discussions, and either we're saying a row number on an Excel sheet, or we're all saying a page number. Yeah. If it is gonna be a PDF, I would ask, what?
I do not think that I can do all that you're asking, put this whole book together, and meet my deadlines.
No, not you. What
You guys are saying me.
Yeah, what I'm asking for is administrative task, but not you. I mean, maybe the clerk's office could take the minutes and add it to this. I'm not saying you do it, because I know you're up to here. I mean, you're up to here. I'm just saying if you can, parse it. It's just notes. Maybe I'm not seeing that it's, the task. I know it's going to be long. It's going to take at least 4
Would
or 5
it be
hours.
sufficient to send what you sent me, to send them, since it's already an email, just click forward, but it won't have any updates from tonight?
No, but the whole discussion is about having the notes from tonight so we don't lose track of what was discussed. So we still need that information. But I also agree with Councilman Garcia that it shouldn't fall on you. And I know the manager's not going to put it on you, but I think there are plenty of other people that can help with that. So I don't view that as a big concern. Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 things. One, for ask for all of us, when we meet next week, let's make sure we discuss some big ticket items, COLA. There's some things that we did not discuss today that we need to I want to discuss them because I want to know, have a feeling what our decisions will be at the budget hearing, so we know what motions to make, what we're comfortable in. That's number one for all of us, to make sure we discuss those items next week. And second, for staff, for example, I want to know last year when we cut, I know we don't want to do it, but you know, I want the information. Last year when we cut parks, right? I want to cut the MLOP budget by $100,000. What does that mean? What does that do, right? Where's information coming from? Well, then that means it's going to be 5 trim disciples instead of 30 instead of 35. That's the type of information I would like to have, so when we're looking at the budget and we're trying to get to a lower millage rate, we can understand what we can or we don't want to cut, or what we can cut. And this isn't enough for me to make decisions on how to cut $600,000, $700,000 line items. That's the frustration I have. How do I cut a $700,000 line item without knowing what am I cutting, if I want to cut it, right? So that's what I ask as well.
So yeah, I agree with you that I think this happened also in 2019 when I first proposed these extra workshops to go line by line. We started with the low-hanging fruit and really got to the bigger ticket items in the second meeting. You know, the first meeting was a lot of general discussion, and then to the extent there was consensus building, it was usually on the easier things we agreed on, and then some preliminary ideas about the big items. But the second meeting was always that. So for sure, that would be the big one. Again, this was kind of just acquainting ourselves with the budget, I guess also with the way we're all thinking and hearing from the residents. So the next meeting, I think we're going to definitely, will be the big one as far as the more substantive parts of the budget. Is there anything anyone else has? Well, thank you all for being courteous to Councilman Fernandez.
I
Thank
have a
yous to staff.
recommendation.
Yes, sir.
Everybody get yourself a bottle of Ginkgo biloba when you come for the next meeting.
What? A bottle of what?
Ginkgo biloba.
That's. Did you have your hand up, or were you just scratching us? Oh, okay. Reaching out to the Public Works Director for support. Okay, so reminder to our residents watching, the next budget workshop will be next Wednesday at 6 o'clock, again here in Chambers. Thank you to all those that participated today. We look forward to seeing you at, and now, there being no further business, we are adjourned at 10:18.